Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to BotBrawl.
not holding up. There's shrapnel everywhere, titanium and carbon fiber buildings everywhere. Oh, I heard somebody. Oh! Oh no. Oh, he's got
Problems driving. Big shot.
Pack robot. Boy, does it pack a punch.
Versus Andy. What a hit. Countout has not started. Whoa. Oh, big hit to open the match.
Okay, now can you guys hear me? That's the question.
She's hitting those wheels on mini ring page over and over again.
That saw's still working.
Oh, we're getting some good flow so far.
Having some drive issues. Get a one. You're gonna want to focus on.
Whoa! So that was so good, how it was. Alright, enough of that. We've got new footage. So, unfortunately, guys, there is no audio until about 2.5 hours in. So, I am going to be here announcing. Let me just check my own levels here. Testing. Check 1, 2, 3. All right, sounds like you guys can hear me. It sounds like I sound okay. So, I'm not entirely sure, like, where we are in the brackets or anything. This was right at the beginning of the tournament. We did miss the first fight. I can't remember who Eric fought with. Oh my gosh, now I have to remember the name of it. Dangerously Broken or something? I can't remember. I'm sorry, Eric. We're going by memory here, folks. Ravi will sweep out the arena. So, first of all, thanks to our sponsors, Polymaker, Repeat Robotics, FingerTech Robotics, Mog, and AnimeNorth for hosting us. If you've never seen us before, we are BotBrawl. We fight robots. We are a league that tries to sanction and regulate fighting robots to keep everybody safe. Sudden Detonation versus Telefrag, so we missed that fight. And we're going to have Blitzkrieg versus Sashimi. Thank God I flashed the schedule once on screen. I had problems with the hotspot all weekend, so unfortunately, this is like one of the only times the schedule ends up getting shown, I think. So we're going to do Blitzkrieg and Sashimi, and then Pancake Flipper and TT, Shade, KFC Buffet on the Sumo Arena, Mini Vortex, Invincible. I don't know how far we get down that list before we hit sound, but it's about 2.5 hours from now, and then we'll have actual sound back for the rest of the competition. Also, for at least this day of fighting, I was able to utilize the multicam. I think starting about like an hour or so in. So I was able to get really clean shots of the fight, so you guys should be able to see everything for the most part. We're still just waiting for our bots to load in here. After the first fight, I recall Ravi did not have a way of getting the debris out of the arena. In the past, we had a little notch cut in the floor, like a hole, and you would just kind of push the debris into the hole, and it would fall into a bucket that sat under the arena. But in the new arena, we do not have such a hatch. So I think we're going to have to buy a specific arena side shop vac or something. You know what we should do? And I'm thinking off the top of my head here. Is maybe we put a shop vac on the roof and then have like a hose, little retractable hose that we can just grab and pull down from the ceiling. But that might be asking a lot of the suction abilities to pull it straight up like that. I don't know. You can see we had a pretty good crowd here, although they are definitely, that one kiddo here is getting bored. You can see in the front row. He's like, where are the robots? I want the robots. Give me the robots. We have 4 weight classes here at BotBrawl. We got 1 pound and 3 pound fighting robots fighting in this combat arena. And we have 30 pound and 150 pound sumo bots that fight in the wooden sumo arena, which is a raised platform the robots try to push each other off of. I'm Doug Ireland. I'm the dude that does all the announcing normally. Here we go. I have to remember this robot's name. Maybe I can pull up the brackets real fast. Sound of me trying to pull up the brackets. BotBrawl challenge. It was Sashimi versus this robot. That much I think I recall. Blitzkrieg versus Sashimi. So Blitzkrieg's a horizontal mid-cutter. Sashimi is a saw bot. It's like an undercutting saw robot. Surprisingly effective. It's great. That Ravi yanking on the arena there, you can see how stable all of the main arena is, and also how wibbly wobbly the legs are. I think we need some a couple more legs on there, some cross braces. Or it's fine is also a thing. Sometimes it's good to have wibble wobble and stuff. So Sashimi in the red corner. We've got Blitzkrieg in the white corner. Enjoy the lights. It's one of the only times it works all weekend. 3, 2, 1, fight robots fight. All right, Sashimi up to speed coming out. Looks like Blitzkrieg is struggling to get that weapon moving. Definitely some chugging in the weapon there. And Blitzkrieg might be dead already. Should probably start being counted out. No, there goes the weapon. That womp from Sashimi might have done something, but maybe only for a second. And Sashimi coming around and taking little nibbles at the wheels. I don't know if I'm counting Blitzkrieg out or not, but I should be. He definitely is dead. I don't know, like 20 seconds has passed. This is some poor refereeing. Unless he's already been counted out, that's possible. I see people clapping. I'm assuming he's counted out. And Sashimi's going to take that by knockout. We got no audio, folks. I'm going to do the best that I can here. There's a look of disappointment on Andrew's face, the judge in red. He's like, did I actually just have to judge that? And I kind of agree. Blitzkrieg, your robot should be working before the tournament starts. But also, good try, and thank you for bringing your robot. But also, come on. To be fair, I think he had like 3 robots. If you've never done multiple robots before, it can be really difficult. It's you getting whooped on El Coco Beans. Was that your first time running multiple bots at one competition, or was what was up with Blitzkrieg? That's what I would like to know. Every time that I've run multiple bots at a competition, I've always made sure they were working like literally a month in advance so that I had zero anxiety leading up to the competition. I'd be like, okay, I would maybe like drive them. I would practice driving them around like usually 3 or 4 times, and that's it. Just to practice like drive, charge battery, drive, charge battery. Okay. And then I'd feel happy, and I'd do that like maybe 3 or 4 times the month leading up. And that's it. And that was when I always had my best runs at tournaments. People, too often, they leave stuff to the last minute. Driving practice is the real key. It doesn't matter how good your robot is if you don't drive it well. I've seen well-driven robots with one wheel and a weapon winning fights. But yeah, you gotta have lots of time. Blitzkrieg got some upgrades that weren't tested for durability. Basically, I made sure it drove and the weapon spin and said, okay, it's totally gonna work, and then it didn't. I think we need to have a tutorial or a diagram or something on our website that shows how to safely build a test box, because it's not, you don't need that much materials to safely do one. I don't think. Like, you need some thick plywood, and then you need a decent chunk of like polycarbonate, or like 2 chunks of polycarbonate that you can probably buy, I would guess, at Home Depot. Like, I'm guessing you could probably get like 2 quarter-inch pieces at maybe 3/16, and you could do dual layer 3/16 on a little window. And that'd be over top of like a big thick plywood box. And I think that would be reasonably safe if you stood back from it and like put a camera over it. I'm sure there's some way of building one. I would be confident in stating that you could safely build one, but I wouldn't be confident in saying exactly the design. I'll see if we could put together like a nice document for how to build a test box for exactly that. Loading into the box now, we've got TT. TT is a full body spinner, so it's got those 2 kind of ramped up weapons, I'm going to call them. I don't know what to call them. Attachments. It's got 2 little curved ramps around the outside. The idea is it spins really fast. The robot like hits those and goes flying upwards. So traditionally, a horizontal spinner would launch itself like off of the other opponent and then bounce around like a hockey puck on an aircraft carrier on a on a sheet of air, you know, like on an air hockey table. There we go, we got there. And it would just kind of bounce around with those wedges. It's trying to redirect that force down into the ground onto its wheels, so it'll launch the opponent more and bounce itself around less. And I missed the opponent loading in. I don't recall the name of the robot off the top of my head, to be honest. Pancake Flipper, I think? I think it's Pancake Flipper. Be working off memory a lot here. I'm going to try to avoid spoiling myself too much. Yeah, I believe this is Pancake Flipper and TT. Having issues with the arena lighting system. Here we go. Pancake Flipper charges out. Tried to beat TT into the spin up. Manages sort of to do that, but that first whack looks like it may have disabled the belt on that weapon right away. And a couple good whacks there from TT. So you can see it kind of getting underneath there. And good aggression from Pancake Flipper. Trying to just ram TT now. It's a good strategy. TT bouncing off the walls. My phone started answering a question in the middle of my cast here. And TT is doing a good job getting up to speed, distancing itself from the walls. But a nice job from Pancake Flipper to stay aggressive, trying to get a pin in. That's our new pin timer that we ran this year. Another pin coming in from Pancake Flipper. And TT is struggling to get back up to speed. You can see it digging into the arena floor with those knurled wheels, making some nasty marks on the arena floor. And Pancake Flipper really struggling to get back up to speed here. I keep calling TT Pancake Flipper. I did it in real life too. There, you got the real experience. I made the exact same mistake in real life as I kept calling TT Pancake Flipper. All right, so there you go. You've got the real experience that they would have had at Anime North. Now, congratulations, TT having to release after. Or pardon me, I did it again. Pancake Flipper having to release TT, but doing a good job controlling the match. So Pancake Flipper just showing tons of control here. TT might get up to speed. Pin timer is useless in this particular spot. Needs a little bit of ironing out, but it's pretty nice. I'm glad you enjoyed the pin timer, Dawson Clark, in the YouTube chat. And that's going to close this match out. That'll be a tough one to call for the judges. I'm going to spoil it because I have no idea when I'm going to announce it on the stream, obviously, but you can see them deliberating pretty heavily. So that's Autumn on the left, Andrew in the center, and oh my goodness, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I'm trying really hard. It was on the tip of my tongue. He's from the G-Bot. He was the father of G-Bot, as I recall. I talked to him for a couple minutes, I think. He's a nice guy. Also very experienced judge. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. He's from the G-Bot team, right? TT doesn't look in bad shape, but they certainly weren't dominant in the second half of that match. I don't know how damaged Pancake... Well, they did do damage to Pancake Flipper because Pancake Flipper had their weapon disconnected. So I'm going to spoil the judge's decision went to Pancake Flipper. So TT lost that match and it went to Pancake Flipper. Boy, that was... TT had very little aggression and control after the first maybe like 60 seconds. So I would definitely hand those categories very strongly to Pancake Flipper. But see, for me, I see damage. I see one robot got broken. Well, maybe the spinning wasn't so good in the second half. Yeah, TT might have sustained enough damage that enough judges might have thought that. Yeah, I could see that going that way, actually. Kind of makes sense. It's actually hard to give it to TT when you look at Pancake Flipper only slightly losing damage and then dominant the other two categories. So... New judging is not a new judging system, but a new judging volunteer system that we had in place this year that went, this competition that went excellently. We always had judges, although I had to call them to the arena a couple times, but that's fine. But we always had ample judges, and the judging was it was varied and fair in a really good way because we didn't have the exact 3 judges. We had like an average of a bunch of experienced roboteers. I thought that we had a quite balanced judging this time around. I'm a very damage-focused judge, for instance. So if I judge an entire competition, then I influence the heck out of the competition to be very damage-focused. So, although that's what I want that from the very judges. I don't want it just because I'm having influence. That feels bad. This was much better. I think this might be judges deliberating. I'm not sure what the holdup here is. Could also be AV, could be broken robots. Also, will be posted at some point is complete live views. Or not live views, complete footage from each of the in-arena cameras. I don't know how or where, but I'll figure something out. And that way, like, there's some of the bigger hits where you're going to want both angles and see what it looks like from both angles. Obviously, I can't show both on something like this without, like, a ton of editing work. I don't know what the holdup is. I thought I edited all of this out. Did I play the right file? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Right. I left there in this particular part of the recording, I left some gaps in because I was at one point trying to line up audio that I had, but then I realized it was audio from day 2, not from day 1. So I was like, If you're wondering why the audio is missing, you may have experienced it if you were in person at the event. There was some power issues. I had it working, and then I pushed the start button, and it stopped working about, I don't know, like 5 seconds in, and I didn't notice because I had checked it and it was working. But there was a slight power spike, and it made a couple of USB devices disconnect, and one of them was the audio interface. The audio interface I'm using right now, which you can tell works great. You can see me struggling with the overlays here. There's no point me, because even if you get it to work and have it be placed nicely, the hotspot is too spotty for it to update regularly. So don't even try. There's too many people there. If you're wondering why we don't have, for instance, like wireless internet at AnimeNorth, why don't we just get like a 5G modem and run a bunch of Ethernet cable? We thought about that. You cannot get a clean signal anywhere. There are so many people and so many devices everywhere that the towers get overwhelmed, so it doesn't matter even if you have one of those. The only thing that might work would be like Starlink or something. So some sort of other satellite internet. Or if there was like a neighbor that had Ethernet that we could get it for, like, I don't even know. And then they run it through the fence, and then we run like a bunch of cable to a fence. That's the only solution I can literally think of. Hopefully by the time 6G comes around. Do we know what caused the power issues in the first place? We communicated our displeasure to AnimeNorth, and they rectified the issue for day 2. But I don't know the exact specifics. I would guess the fact that there's 10 bajillion things that are all plugged in. It could have just been an existing issue with the building's power that they didn't become aware of until there was a significant draw. Usually that's how it goes, right? It's like, oh, it's been working fine for like past 7 months, but then the first time you have like a huge massive convention where everybody plugs in, then something goes sideways, right? So I would guess it's something like that. The issue would have been easier almost if it had just been blacking out occasionally, because then the UPS would have taken care of it. The issue was that it was spiking and the power was dirty. Here we go. We've got 2 robots fighting. I cannot remember the name of either of them. Is that Double Time? I believe that's Double Time versus Tamarack. Double Time with the 4-wheel drive. The belts have come off of both robots. Double Time isn't working. I think I paused the match here, and then I unpaused the match, and they continue. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm sorry, guys. Restarting the match, it looks like. So Double Time has its own belt disconnected, and then it looks like it's sucked in Tamarack's belt. Okay, now I remember what happened. Tamarack spun their weapon back up prematurely, so I had to restart the match without Tamarack's weapon pre-spun before the start. My refereeing was definitely shaking. I'll take ownership of that at the first day. I was like battling AV issues. Ooh, bad job. Oh, okay, this is before I had the multicam footage available, unfortunately. I remember now when I was editing as well, if you're wondering why. You can see a little bit in the reflection on the left side of the screen. There we go. So Tamarack's weapon is still working, but it can't drive forwards very well. It's kind of getting hung up with its forks on everything. Double Time has all 4 of its drives working, trying to ram Tamarack around. Tamarack gets an awkward shot there and flips itself over, most of the force going into itself, not Double Time. Double Time's a pretty effective pusher even without its weapon working. Double Time trying to chase down Tamarack. Big ram. Tamarack's upside down. And gets self-righted by a push by Double Time. Double Time kind of dominating this match. Looks like Tamarack's forks kind of fixed a little bit by one of those impacts. It's not digging into the floor as much. Little push there from Double Time. Tamarack upside down. Tamarack is not very effective here. I think Tamarack really needed to try and use the walls to its advantage. Robots are stuck together. They're going to be separated. $43 left. We'll restart the match. This is O Invincible and Mini Vortex. Thank you. Is it? That's O Invincible? That's not Double Time? I'll take your word for it, Cocoa Beans. That's definitely Mini Vortex, yeah. But I think there was 2 4-wheel drive white verts. It looks like Double Time. I honestly have no idea. Recognize the driver. The 2 robots look similar. So that was Mini Vortex. Let me see where if I can find it in the brackets here. That was Mini Vortex versus O Invincible. So O Invincible looks almost exactly like Double Time. All right, we're going to do some sumos here. We've got Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom taking on Homer. So Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom is known for suplexing other robots. It's got a great little grabby, lifty arm on it. Looks like only one side drive was working for this match. Opponent is Homer. Homer is the white robot with the red boxing glove on top. Homer is just driven so well, as you can see. Nice maneuvering there. Quick reactions from Dan and Homer every single time. It really looks like Jimmy Neutron's left side drive isn't working. Oh, yeah, I remember the percussive drop because the robot's not working. Sometimes it works. I've seen it work. But also, like, if it does work, then it's probably going to get broken just as quickly and easily as well. Both robots trying to use that pole. Dan's got the two-sided attack. He's got the long forks on the one side of Homer and the short multi-forks on the other side. Out goes Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. So by my recollection, this is 2-0 for Homer. So this one will be just for fun. It did this in California. You turn it off and then turn it on again. Can Homer make it a clean sweep? Good reactions from Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. I think the fork actually touched there when its arm flipped up, but whatever. This one doesn't count anyways. And Homer tries to push out Jimmy Neutron and bounces off, sends itself out of the arena. Jimmy Neutron takes that 2-1. Pardon me, Homer takes that 2-1, but Jimmy Neutron gets the third point.
Hello, everybody. Andrea's here now, and it looks like my robot, which is actually not my robot or a robot, is getting loaded up.
This is going to be the 530s. This is
So-
a 150-pound weight class. Was a group stage, and I cannot tell you which of the group stage matches this was, but this would have been one of the first sumo matches of the whole tournament. So
530s was an idea to help take out Jason, who's been like back to back to back since the beginning of time. Podium winner, first place winner for all of 150 sumos, usually getting 2 out of the 3 podium spots. Was not very uncommon. So I thought it would be a good idea to submit 5 30-pound robots, since it makes up 150 pounds. And we'll see how it went. It was pretty fun. But it originally started by me picking up Scuttlebot. That's the robot that I'm turning on right now. And then the blue robot, Microwave. Those were the first 2. And then the rest of the plan was just to see who was available. And so we have a rotating cast of 30-pound robots participating as part of 530.
And the opponent, which is a wooden creation, is Tyler's robot called a Beast. No,
that's Resurrection.
Resurrection. And it's made out of a sheet of plywood connected by that aluminum framing that you see. And there's some hooks all over it. It's got like a little hooky, T-shaped kind of hook in the middle of it, so it hooks up on the pole.
The aluminum framing is part of the FRC kitbot. Every team gets that as default as their starting platform. And a lot of teams don't use it anymore. So there's a few of them in the wild just waiting to become sumo robots. And now we have Andrew loading in Alpocalypse, which at the start of the competition was definitely the tank. Maybe not tank, but definitely the main offensive force for 530s. In the back, we've got Lugtread, a robot driven by, oh my goodness, what is this little guy's name? Driven by Jackson, that's what it was. Yeah, so we've got Lugtread, Microwave, Homer, Alpocalypse, and Scuttle going up against Resurrection.
Jackson, one of the younger drivers we've ever had. I'm not sure if he's the youngest simply because he's competed before. And he was I think he was younger then. I think by the laws of nature.
Robots go. And this was kind of the plan with 530, was just like come at them from all angles and use some of the more lifty robots.
Big flip there. Big flip. That's from Alpocalypse. Gets it all the way over. Off falls Homer. And Alpocalypse with those forks, you got to worry about it digging away at the electronics. Lugtread's getting underneath. And that is a horrible spot. And out goes Resurrected. Probably really hard to drive with your control suddenly upside down if you're not used to it as a sumo driver.
So Alpocalypse was definitely the main aggressor and the robot that most of the 150-pound robots had to be worried about. Him and Scuttle.
Scuttle gets to weigh 45 pounds because it's got the scuttling action happening. Get a nice close look at.
I gave Lugtread a little pat because I think he was the one that got underneath and did most of the pushing. So, yes, good robot.
Lugtread felt like it weighed 70 pounds. I know it was a 30-pound robot, but it was so dense that it just feels like it's like a brick. Looks like we're going to have a nice little view here of the back of Lugtread. You get a good idea. The sumo bots, they're a lot less... I don't want to say they're less they're less refined than the combat bots. Like, you've got wiggle room. They don't have to be made out of steel. The steel doesn't have to mate perfectly. It just kind of gotta be good enough to do the job. Although something just came flying off, and you can see the front of the microwave getting peeled off. Those big lifts from Scuttlebot and Apocalypse on the one side.
The microwave was actually reinforced with polycarbonate for this event, so it's in fighting shape. Although right now it's kind of in the way.
And if you were there in person, you could hear the cracking of the wood whenever it gets lifted up from one side, and you're always worried if it's going to snap in half. Unfortunately, it did not happen over the course of the event. Spoiler alert, but it does get awfully close a few times. This is one of them. Scuttlebot's high-centered. The microwave's door is open. Homer's out, and Resurrected still hooked up on that pole. You can see how Apocalypse has a lot of lifting force, enough to lift itself and Resurrected. I don't think Resurrected weighed the full 150 pounds. That would be... I don't think it weighed the full 150 pounds.
The weight of an FRC drivetrain alone is usually around 50 pounds, and it's got a little bit of steel and a little bit of handles, so I'm guessing it was probably no more than 70 pounds, although it might have had more battery than the typical FRC robot.
So one thing we had to keep in mind is that the 5 robots lose when 3 of them get pushed out. So that first win goes to the 530s. Resurrected weighed 45 pounds. Tyler just said in chat, in the YouTube chat, that the handles were preventing him from driving, but I disagree. The handles were one of the only things that saved you in a lot of the fights. Although here you lose pretty quickly, it looks like. Yeah, almost immediately goes out. There it goes out. That time, Apocalypse just got the better of Resurrected. Apocalypse and Scuttle, the 2 real enemies. Between the 2 of them, they weigh as much as Resurrected, so it makes sense. Unfortunately, that schedule was already out of date when it got flashed up. I have to go by memory here, and I'm going to take a peek at the brackets. Pistol Shrimp versus Circuit Circus, I believe, is this match. I've been trying to avoid looking at the brackets because when I do, I spoil myself for the fight of it. The people want sashimi. We had a sashimi fight already. The people want audio. That's what the people really want. So can we have some W's in the YouTube chat for the glorious invention auto stabilization, as it's the only reason any of the footage is usable at all? If you look in the reflection of the glass, you can see the reflection wiggling pretty good. And thanks to digital image stabilization, the entire image isn't doing that for the most part. And that's our blower fan up top that we run to keep the smoke from leaking out when it happens. So next event we'll be adjusting that to make sure it only runs when we need it to. So that's Circuit Circus in the red corner. And Pistol Shrimp will be in the white corner. 3, 2, 1, fight? Robots fight? No. Grabbing some box issues here. There's the start of the match. Pistol Shrimp coming across quickly. Circuit Circus manages to get its weapon up to speed in time, though. There was a couple really good box rushes across the weekend. That was one of them. But Circuit Circus managing to dance away. Pistol Shrimp has it in the corner. Brings down the hammer on the back of Circuit Circus. Circuit Circus withstands the hit. The wedge on the front of Pistol Shrimp doing a really good job deflecting blows. Circuit Circus rams into the wall. That's never good. Pistol Shrimp doing a really good job keeping its weapon back and out of the line of fire of that weapon. You saw Circuit Circus just about got a hit on it. It only takes one good one usually with those overhead saw arms. Circuit Circus realizes the situation and just goes for kind of a random strat. Pistol Shrimp seizes on the opportunity. It gets the weapon spun down and then tries to close in for its own hit. Now under Circuit Circus, going to go for a ram. Just about an ideal situation there for Pistol Shrimp, who hasn't really used its weapon yet this entire match. Every time it slams Circuit Circus, it tries to close the gap and then use the opportunity to bring the weapon down over top. But it's not managed it yet. Again, you get a little bit of the match that we missed on the left side reflection. The multicam footage kicks in, I think, like about an hour in. So before the audio comes back, I think we get the multicam back. Nice driving from Pistol Shrimp. Spins that weapon up, bringing it down. Circuit Circus weapon not working. Pistol Shrimp trying to seize the opportunity.
Looks like they're having some issue with their arm. Oh, yes, they were having
Yep,
an issue.
that's definitely an issue with the arm, I'll tell you, as it is now not part of the arm anymore. Circuit Circus upside down. Pistol Shrimp still a pretty effective pusher. Good call, Andrea, on that arm, though. Issues, though.
And the entrails are now sticking out the back of Circuit Circus, and it is being receiving a technical knockout.
That is a technical knockout. Yep. You are not allowed to have the inside of your robots on the outside. And Pistol Shrimp walks away with a technical knockout. Last competition, Andrea, you actually coined the term I hadn't heard before, battery knockout.
I was winging it. I don't know. Battery KO sounds about right.
I feel like a technical knockout is different from a battery knockout. Like a technical knockout is like the match has to be stopped for some reason, and then you win because the other robot's declared to be not working. Whereas a battery knockout is like there's an exposed battery or an ongoing battery fire. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it.
A technical knockout is the same as like not being able to translate motion. Like it's not a judge's decision.
Yeah.
So it's a knockout on technicality. So battery knockout, I don't
Would
know.
fall under a technical. All battery knockouts are technical knockouts, but not all technical knockouts are battery knockouts. Something like that. Because you could kill the arena and cause the match to end too, and then the other robot's not working, conceivably. Or there's like 100 other things that could happen. match gets paused early by a stupid ref. I think I did that once already.
Even then, though, it would go to judges unless there was like lack of motion or exposed battery. What else would do it?
We did have a strange issue, which I think might come up. I won't spoil it, but there is one of the strangest moments that I've seen in fighting robots. So I think it's one of the fights without audio. So hopefully that's one of the fights without audio because we'll be able to talk about it. But it's one of the more interesting judges' decisions I've seen come up. If not, then you guys will get to see it anyways. We are going to go back to sumos. We got Perry the Platypus. That's the lighter blue colored robot. Taking on Ralph in the dark blue. That's the one closer to the camera.
It's the battle of the blue robots.
When I do it like this, you can't even hear me. So Ralph with a pneumatic flipper. Perry actually has a gap for a vertical spinner. Has Perry competed? Have you seen Perry compete, Andrea?
Perry was, I think, Team Utra's like one of their first robots, if not the first robot, actually meant to be at Norwalk.
They came out aggressive here. So one thing that they had issues with was they didn't really have brakes turned on their wheels. As you can see, it goes out. And you'll see Perry's driving progress even from match to match here.
So Perry was originally made for like a 16-foot by 16-foot full combat enclosed arena where they didn't have any danger of like driving off the end of the sumo like we can here. So yeah, it was definitely geared for a different sized enclosure.
It wasn't. I wouldn't even say like perhaps that is definitely a little bit of it, but just the fact that like their coasting was on their speed controllers or on their motors.
It probably also has brushless drive, which is a little weird to set up electronically, so that might be why. If it was brushed, it probably would already be, or it'd be really easy to get on braked mode.
The forks were great, but the driving was not, and Perry sent itself out there, Ralph with the humiliation afterwards. And when you do that, you earn the humiliation flip. There's enough people watching, of course, that we want to give them a little bit of a show. So good on Perry for being a good sport about it. Loads back in. So Ralph will win this set 2-0. Perry's going to try to avoid the sweep here. Those forks, in theory, should do an okay job of getting or like around the sides or something of Ralph. Ralph overflips. Ralph's going to go straight for a flip here. Manages to get Perry upside down. Going to go for the big showy flip. And a good job from Ralph following Perry out of the arena. And some more humiliation flips there. Good showing by Perry.
We can see that in the crowd we're joined by Donkey Kong, Princess Peach, I think a Yoshi, and Toad.
Not bad, not bad. There's some great costumes at AnimeNorth. There's also a Pikachu in the background pushing a carriage.
A Pikachu in the stroller, probably holding a Pichu.
See if we get some more sumo action here.
Princess Peach is out of frame now.
Bowser's trying to attack one of the robots with his sword.
Oh, the Peach family have left, but we are now joined by Kronos and Ash Ketchum.
I'm glad you know all of the characters, because I only know some of them.
I haven't watched anime in a long time. There's so many anime characters I'm not familiar with anymore. I feel old.
Yeah, you can see Perry. Perry really needed to get the brakes fixed on their bot. I don't know if someone told them after this. I feel like they came out really slippery the next time too. Because I don't think it was just the trims. I really think having those the ESC brakes. Maybe their ESCs don't have brakes. Did old school Victors have brakes? Because that might be what was. Did anyone see what ESCs they had in that thing?
It was not Victors. Victors, there's like a little bumper switch. You can flip it either way for brake modes. That's why I'm like brushed speed controllers had it pretty easy compared to hooking up a Raspberry Pi and like flashing your brushless
Oh.
ESCs.
Oh, Andrea, and people watching, this is going to be a good fight.
You remember this one?
This is Thunderbird in the red corner. The opponent, I will.
That's Atlas, I believe.
This is a good fight, is what I remember about it. Full body spinner goes up to speed. The inside is spinning more than the outside is, and Thunderbird sees the opportunity. 2 quick hits here, 3 quick hits here, 4 quick hits here. Staying adamant, not letting the shell get all the way up, but the shell manages to get a little bit of space. Unfortunately, Thunderbird has the better of that impact there. Now upside down. Opportunity here for the full body spinner to come in. Thunderbird trying to self-right on the wall. That's going to be all the way up to speed. Can it steer any good, though? That's the question. Nice maneuvering there.
Atlas not really showing any aggression and just staying put. Thunderbird's flipped back over and is aiming the shot. It looks like it's quite easy to get a hit on Atlas when they're not moving. And they are doing
That'll be a
even
count
more
out.
not
That's
moving. They're being
definitely a
counted
count out. Thunderbird not sure that they wanted the fight to end there, and they were poking, maybe trying to get Atlas loose. Good fight there. That's what we want to see. I'm going to double check and make sure that was in fact Atlas, yeah. A lot of sawdust kicked up by those fights. At Thunderbird, one of the worst robots for kicking up sawdust, actually. Although it doesn't tend to spend a lot of time on its back, it was just particularly good at shredding the plywood floor.
We discovered a lot of things about the arena since it was a brand new arena, and one of them, maybe just less arena specific, but more polycarb specific. If you have brand new polycarb and you peel off the plastic protective film, you're gonna have the most like static ridden surface that you could. I really wish that I had some foresight and brought some plastic cleaner to help with the static, because I was in there wiping sawdust. Like, it got worse the second day, but yeah, it was just new arena woes.
Good time to mention our sponsors. We've got Repeat Robotics. You can go pick up a lot of the parts for your robots from Repeat Robotics. Thanks to them from everyone here at BotBrawl, as well as our thanks going to FingerTech Robotics. Visit them at fingertechrobotics.ca. They sell entire kits. You can get 1 pound fighting robot kits. They sell 3 pound weapon kits, as well as drive motors, weapon motors, batteries, and everything else you can imagine at fingertechrobotics.ca. Polymaker, another one of our sponsors. Polymaker, thank you from us at BotBrawl. Maybe Andrea could tell them a little bit about Polymaker.
Yeah, Polymaker is a supplier of 3D printing filaments. They've got a lot of cool different filaments. They've got some glass reinforced nylons. They've got some typical like carbon reinforced nylons, TPU, PLA+, anything you need you can find at Polymaker. They actually sell a lot of their stuff on Amazon, so you can go on Amazon and pick up some Polymaker filament.
And our arena sponsor, MOG, brand new sponsor, MOG, generously sponsoring half of the cost of our 2 new Antweight and Beetleweight arenas. One of them on showcase, you can see there at AnimeNorth. We should have 2 at our next event coming up in mid-August. Stand by in the coming days for details about our mid-August event. Looks like we are going to go back over to the Sumo Arena. This is Experimental 150, and it looks like it is going to be fighting Ratatouille.
Ratatouille is also made out of a FRC kit chassis. Plus, there's like a bunch of other stuff at the front of it that does something. I remember there was like a lead screw. I think it needs a little bit of refinement because it never quite got a lift from it. But brand new competitor in the 150 category, and I'm sure Cohen's going to come up with lots of improvements.
Yeah, so Ratatouille had, like she said, a lead screw on the back. I don't think they had it on for this match, but the idea was that it was going to push down as like a giant platform on the arena floor to kind of brace itself against being shoved. And or if its front forks, I think we're getting underneath, so it could keep pushing against the opposing robot. So, if you've never seen sumo robots before, the goal is to push the other one off of that wooden platform. This weight category is 150 pounds. So 300 pounds of metal, steel, and a little bit of wood, rubber, and whatever else you can imagine. Experimental 150 has a pair of lifting forks on the front that go really, really slow, but they're really, really strong. Are really good at lifting up entire other robots.
Looks like Ratatouille has a kind of stagnant left side, but the right side's okay.
Yes, Ratatouille's left side drive was not working for this match, unfortunately, but they had to get in the box. One thing I like is when robots aren't necessarily working, but they go for it anyways. Ratatouille manages to hook around the pole there, gets pushed off.
You can see the hooks that lock into the pole help it latch on and hopefully gain some speed and throw the competitor out. They're actually doing really good for one side drive, but looks like there they get their first touch on the outside of the arena.
Jason making sure with a big shove and those lifting forks right into our camera. You can get a good look at the insides of Ratatouille there. Something says 2018 on it. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be putting 7-year-old batteries in my robot unless I absolutely have to.
Battery that says 2018.
I'm guessing it's still all right, but it's not ideal for sure.
You can also see the little chef on Ratatouille. That's Remy over there. While it was in the pits for moments of time, they had a full-sized human chef hat hiding Remy. It was pretty cute. I don't know if that gimmick ever made it into the box, but it was fun to see. Ratatouille is actually my favorite Pixar movie, so big fan of Ratatouille.
You got a good view of the robotectomy from the two robots. Those spikes from Experimental 150 going right into Ratatouille's insides. Actually, looks like Ratatouille's working now. And it gets a good little shove there on Experimental 150. Almost under one of those wheels. Backs off. Experimental 150 was locked on that pole. Now trying to get the T-bone on the one side of Ratatouille there. Comes in at a diagonal angle instead. The lifting forks. But it catches itself on the pole. The second thrust does it. This set is going to go to Experimental 150. They will probably have him fight one more time just for fun. But Experimental 150 taking those two back to back. And you can see why it's been a repeated champion. There was a bounty out for someone to unseat Jason as king of the 150-pounders. You'll have to watch the tournament to find out if we happened. This is our last set here. Experimental 150 coming in and just shoves out Ratatouille clean. And that'll be that set. The driver of Ratatouille in YouTube chat says, 7-plus-year-old batteries certainly were not ideal. You'll see that later.
A good buddy lift performed there by the team Ratatouille. You always want to see two people coordinating while lifting these heavy robots.
I just want to see the robots kill each other.
Technique where he'll kind of like set it up and then I think he usually drives them off or gets them onto a forklift. Yeah. So I didn't even have a 150-pound robot. I had 5 30-pound robots, and usually you had to get 2 of them in. And the load-in and load-out procedure on the sumo arena is something that definitely requires some mastering. I've seen some younger teams come up and be like, "Oh, how do we move it now?" But yeah, just a little bit of safety goes a long way for those lifts. Also, Jason has like 3 150-pound robots that he loads in and out, so it's a good workout. If everyone's looking for some exercise, get yourself a 150.
The best robots are the ones that drive themselves onto the arena and in and out of the venue. Those are the best ones. I fully intend on building a motorized dolly, aka 150-pound robot, at some point.
Yeah, Resurrection was maybe not the most competitive 150-pound robot, but it was the most valuable asset in loading and unloading the arena that weekend. It was pretty funny seeing Tyler loaded up with the sumo arena on its back. The handles kind of stopped things from moving side to side, and he just drove it all in there, saved the back. You got to get some work out of these robots if you can. Tyler's in chat. Tyler, what voltage were the batteries in Resurrection? Were you overvolting it, or was it a straight 12-volt FRC robot drivetrain?
Pretty sure I cut out all of the big long gaps, so I'm not sure what's happening here. Probably gonna jump in a minute or two. That way you can get a good look at our sumo arena, constructed out of wood and a metal pole. Originally, sumo used to just be robots that just shoved each other. It was really boring and repetitive because every robot reached an optimized kind of design. And then it was just like kind of who could buy the better motors or have slightly better batteries and tiny little things. And it was very repetitive. The pole makes things so that there's a lot of innovation and maneuvering that has to happen. And we are, in fact, going to get a combat match going, and it is going to be a good one because that robot in the red corner is one of the most destructive in this weight category. Orders from the house. The opponent, there's robots that are called, Deathblade and the Evil Bot and Night Claw. This one's called Sparkles. The pink and or purple robot loading it with it does have a horizontal spinner on it though.
Sparkles is a rookie robot, so there's nothing like death by fire. I mean, I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, the when you see Orders of the House in the first match in the bracket, you kind of just try to figure out how you're gonna get your second match going. It's a tough go as a rookie, but yeah, sometimes it's the best way to learn the weaknesses of your robot. Let's see what happens. Sparkles is actually built quite robustly with a 1/4-inch top and bottom panel and some really grippy wheels. So we'll see how it goes.
Oh no, did it freeze? The good news is I believe this is when it freezes and it leads to me remembering that the audio is broken. So I started investigating audio issues at this point, although it takes me like an hour to actually fix it. There you go. Back in time for our second half of a hit. Looks like Orders from the House has already hit a couple times. Big shot there. Sent itself flying back. Sparkles not working anymore. At least its weapon isn't. Orders from the House following up with another energetic shot.
Both wheels on Sparkle's still operational.
Orders from the House manages to self-right, gets that big hub vert spinning again, and another shot. Sparkle sent flying through the air. And it looks like we have a tap out, and Orders of the House is going to take that match.
The arena is absolutely filthy now. Thank you.
Bits of shrapnel spread around the arena. I can see at least one significant part hanging out on the Polymaker logo. One of the more energetic robots for sure that we get to witness at BotBrawl is Orders from the House.
when I'm helping schedule the matches, I actually try to make there be a buffer after Orders of the House goes on, so that I have a moment to sweep and clear out the dust in the arena.
I still think we need some sort of like specialty broom or like a segment of the arena that slides on the two rails of the two kick plates and like folds down and like a big thing just comes in and sweeps the arena in one big swoop. But I might be dreaming big. It just every single time I gotta sweep that arena out, it's crazy.
I think I want to make a horizontal fan spinner where it just drives along the edge and pushes all the dust to one side, and I can vacuum it.
Make it in the shape. Make two of them and make them in the shape of Zambotis, and then just send them in after every match for like a minute and a half. And they just scoot around the arena like brushing everything and sucking stuff up. Two little like shop vac bots that drive around.
Oh no, I don't want a vacuum. I just want a horizontal spinner that's a fan. The shrapnel is too unpredictable in size. It will clog up a lot of vacuums, so it's just not possible. We got some crazy glitching going on. Did you do this, Doug?
This is when I started to notice there was issues. I noticed that there were problems. Was because it had froze, so I made it unfreeze, and then it continued to glitch, and I was like, what is happening? Why are things not working the way? Unfortunately, because the tournament was ongoing and I had to keep announcing, it's hard to like diagnose stuff while I'm also like busy being an announcer guy. But it did start. It'll be easier at the next event because we should have a stream. So when something goes wrong, I can take a peek in chat and people will tend to tell me right away.
What do I think we need for the next event? I think we need a carbon fiber broom. I need a high performance broom. I did a bunch of the sweeping on day 2, and it's pretty tough.
What about one of those sticky things?
No, carbon fiber broom.
Okay. I have faith in you, AnimeNorth Doug. Yeah, I can see. I'm like, what? Oh, I think I may have cut. Yeah, okay. So editing Doug and AnimeNorth Doug came together in a glorious conspiracy, and I managed to fix the problem in person. And then I cut out, I think, about 20 minutes of camera glitches, so we can just go to the next fight, which is going to be a Campbell affair. So all three robots built by the Campbells. We've got in green, Whammo Can. The teammate is going to be Driveway Hero. That's the shovel moving. The opponent is going to be Industrial Accident driven by Garrett. I am driving the shovel. Jennifer Campbell driving the Whammo Can, and Garrett is going to drive Industrial Accident, the pool noodle robot.
You don't get too much driving these days, Doug. How was it to guest drive?
I've driven Whammo Can and or Driveway Hero a bunch, and they drive very reliably.
Somehow the plastic shovel actually got the better hand on the steel shovel. You wouldn't think that'd be possible, but Industrial Accident's hitting you with that noodle. Feels bad, man.
Ammo Can either needs to try and line up behind or come in from the side, and I think Ammo Can's trying to line up a double shove from behind, which is a really good strat. You get double the pushing power because I am underneath. Unfortunately, I get T-boned. Out goes Driveway Hero, and Industrial Accident follows up on Whammo Can. But good try there by Whammo Can and Jennifer, and I guess me.
I love how Driveway Hero looks like a dead goose whenever you pick it up.
Easily the most convenient robot to pick up ever.
Yeah, it's got a handle. Easy peasy. Round 2 starting shortly.
So I remember talking to Jennifer and saying we should come from the sides. Pincer move. But unfortunately, Industrial Accident is driven by Garrett Campbell, one of our best drivers. And he manages 3 good reactions in a row. A 4th one there, actually, as he managed to turn back the spin and manages to seize the opportunity there.
I feel like you had a moment where you could have gone up behind him as he pushed out Whammo Can, but it was just a fraction. Garrett was so quick to.
There were 2 moments. If I were to go back and do an instant replay, I think we need instant replay the most for sumo, But Garrett actually reacted to my feint without overreacting. Like, he didn't bite on 2 of my feints, and in both cases, he lined his wedge up with the edge of mine quickly enough that I couldn't go forwards anymore.
Oh, you're doing like the reverse shovel attempt.
I wanted to bop him with my tail in retribution for getting bopped by his pool noodle, see? But I sent myself out trying to do
You
it.
bopped yourself out.
Yeah. I needed to save face with some tail slaps, but it didn't work out.
We've got Luigi in the audience with some cool shades.
I believe we're going to go back to another combat match after this in a moment.
Yeah, I think we just needed to sweep up a little bit. Thanks, orders. I think Industrial Accident wins the prize for the largest weapon lockout. Holy, what are you thinking, Garrett? That's a really good job. It's like it's like 3/4 inch threaded rod. We see Tankenstein loading up, but driveway hero's in the way.
Mike is like,
Mike's
do
just
I
giving
drive
it a
over
little
it?
push.
Do I drive over it or not?
Looks like we're setting up some fights now and go doing the 150s maybe, but there's no combat robots in the box, no judges, so we're probably just pulling up another 150.
I'm going to remind anybody that's watching that hasn't filled out the event survey, go in the Discord and scroll up a bit until you see the event survey. Please fill out the event survey and let us know what you thought of things if you attended. Be much appreciated. Robots. There we go. Looks like we're going to have Beast of Burden taking on Tankenstein. Beast of Burden was a new robot built by Jason. You'll get a good look at it here. It's got some gnarly looking teeth, if you're wondering what the deal is with those sharp teeth. So it's got like a set of jaws that opens up. It doubles both as like a really slow lifter and as kind of a grabber / cutter slicer thing. It's really quite scary. The opponent is Tankenstein, which has a variety of loadouts on the front. This time it's got a set of lifting forks.
So you say new, but Beast of Burden actually, I think it last competed around like 2005, 2004. It's a 20-year-old robot that got resurrected and brought back to modern day by Jason. I guess it's just been sitting in his barn the whole time.
I mean, I've not seen it in the 7 years that I've been attending BotBrawl events. I think we started in 2018. I've not seen it a single time, so it's definitely old.
This is its BotBrawl debut, but it did compete in the old days. There was sumo events at the OCAD building. It's kind of around the same time that BattleBots and Robot Wars was initially on TV. So yeah, it's been around. There are events that predated BotBrawl in Canada, but they've long since disappeared. I actually tried to join, and I was like a year too late.
The best part of Beast of Burden is it has 2 red glowing eyes, though I don't know if we'll get a good shot of them here. You can see the fight for the low ground here. Beast of Burden wins, manages to get underneath Tankenstein, starting to lift.
Slowly lifting.
And shoves it right out.
Tankenstein's one of the more pushy robots in the 150-pound category, not only because of the treads, but also because it is powered by a ultra conductor. It's not a supercapacitor, it's an ultra capacitor. So instead of normal batteries, it just has huge capacitors, and they're able to dump voltage quite quickly, and it's a great pushy robot. Definitely the robot that has the most front configurations as well as it's probably had the longest continuous run. So Mike's got all sorts of tricks.
Nice shove there from Tankenstein.
So Beast of Burden has 2-wheel drive, and it's got this really long kind of body. So if you can pivot the front, you get a lot of leverage on those 2 back wheels, and Tankenstein is just taking advantage of that.
The issue with having a wedge as narrow as Beast of Burdens is that if you get caught from the side, the opponents have a lot of leverage, as that wedge is so far out from your wheelbase. In this case, Tankenstein gets underneath, and we're in a straight shoving match. And Beast of Burden, the equal of those treads, but there is Tankenstein managing to get underneath. We can see the jaws opening up and now trying to close on Beast of Burden. A good pin there from Tankenstein against the pole. Beast of Burden prying, and that opening jaw managing to kind of shove Tankenstein. Tankenstein's dangling over the edge, isn't quite out. It looks like we've got a judge calling it out on the side, and that is going to be a W for the 20-plus-year-old, apparently, Beast of Burden.
So Jason's in chat, and he's saying that it is a new build, but an old design with some of the old parts. The old parts last competed at OCAD in 2004.
So if my math is right, they are tied right now. Tankenstein won the first one, and Beast of Burden won that one. So this goes to a decider.
No, that was 2 of 3, I believe.
Was that 2 of 3?
I think so.
I cut to the other arena. I don't know why I cut to the other arena. Go back past Doug. Go back past Doug. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go to the other arena. The multicam footage hasn't started yet. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to buy more hard drives, and we will have enough storage space to have multicam the whole arena, the whole weekend next time.
At every meeting, Doug is like, give me more budget for AV. I need XYZ. And then we give him XYZ, and he's like, okay, now that we have XYZ, I need ABC. It's a never-ending thing, but it's all been put to good use.
It's actually, I would agree for that for the most part, but I do see at least a temporary end of the horizon for the next little bit. The camera switcher that we had from, that we added at Robodrome Rumble has been pretty amazing, both in cutting between the angles, makes that a lot less complicated to set up. Like now I just push a button, I can switch to the right camera. And also in capturing the footage, the multicam thing was just not a thing that was possible before, recording every single camera angle. So again, you'll see it. I'm not sure exactly how far into the editing it kicks in. I'd have to open up my editing program and double check to see. But at a certain point, I have like full access to every camera and I start using it. It might kick in when the audio kicks in at some point. And we have like 90% of the event captured with that from that point forward. I think I missed the last part of day 2, but I did a good job switching the cameras on the championship fights and stuff for day 2, so it should be all right. Ratatouille here is loading in for a back-to-back against Tankenstein. Ratatouille operated by a tiny rat on top of it that pulls various strings. These strings are attached to the motors and gears and cause it to move. Is that not correct, Andrea?
I saw it in the movie, so it's got to be right.
Yeah. Ignore the guy using the remote control. It has nothing to do with it. I gotta say, I know Sumo, you don't have weapons to try and destroy the other opponent with. I'm not even entirely sure if they're completely outlawed, but if I saw a robot like Ratatouille, I would be trying to stick my spikes anywhere in the electronics I could. Tankenstein manages to simply push it out as it tries to come around the side for a T-bone.
With those spoked wheels, you can literally just kind of have a stick. Ever put a stick through a bicycle tire?
That's what I'm literally thinking like you could make a sumo bot that is just like a really stiff like multi-axis robot arm on the end of on a driving platform, and then just drive around like trying to poke wires instead of trying to play the game. But we're set up for our second of 3 here. Tankenstein took the first one.
Right Ratatouille is a little off to the right this time.
And the pull not factoring in. The robots shoving straight at each other. The slow lift of those forks on Tankenstein.
Yes, small actuator at the very top, able to give it a slight tilt.
Ratatouille has good maneuverability, actually. It did a nice little spin there to get reoriented really quick. And it has okay pushing power, as you can see. It's not just getting completely dominated by Tankenstein. And there you can see Tankenstein. A little bit of leverage, though, is all those giant tracks need. If you don't have perfect grip with all of your tires, like Tankenstein almost definitely going to equal you out. You know what? If you look at the right track on Tankenstein, you can see it's not perfectly aligned, is it?
Looks like it might have fallen off the rail a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit dislodged. Yeah.
Oh, you can see it too.
Yeah,
it's
it's not that
chunky.
smooth. It's one of those whacks from the side. I think might have bent the axle on it or the hub. I'm not sure what, but it's not as good as it was at the beginning of the match, even, or just hitting itself too. It's got so much force, 300 pounds, smashing into a pole or the other robot.
Luckily,
Doesn't matter.
I feel like it's on there enough. It just has so much tread.
Frankenstein, man.
So there's this like mechanical rule where it doesn't matter, like having an enormous amount of tread touching the ground doesn't help you that much more, because it all comes down how much weight is spread across that platform, that surface area.
Pounds per square inch. Doesn't really change when you put more down because it just gets more spread out.
But I think Tankenstein has something to say for that. Like it's
Well, in Supo, you're so likely to get leveraged into a position that being able to have a wider variety of positions you can be in, where you have lots of tread on the ground and still pushing, is
one of my favorite things
huge
about
advantage.
Tankenstein is that it can drive itself out. It got a little caught on the forks there,
forks,
but Mike
yeah.
gives it a little shove. I want to say Tankenstein probably leaves the most marks on the sumo, but as you watch the event unfold, it gets
experimental 150
doing burnouts.
when it gets locked up on the pole and starts doing spins.
I
Usually,
like Rotavator with its squeaking tires.
Rotavator does a good amount too if it gets locked up on the poles.
I feel like we're disrespecting our sponsors on the sumo arena. Just kind of do burnouts on their logos.
The AnimeNorth logo looks smeared.
It eventually becomes black. I recall it being completely black by day 2, and I was like, "Is this how we made it? Like, it seems not right." We did try, red and white. They just
It's the opposite. It's a sign of respect seeing the logos get become part of the action. Lugtread coming in. Jackson, our smallest driver. Smallest, youngest. Maybe both.
He might also be smallest right now. Just a matter of time.
Looks like G-Bot's in the arena in the red corner. The driver is obviously into it here. Driver of G-Bot jacked up, ready to go.
Who's the opponent?
I'm not sure who the opponent is. I don't want to look at the bracket because we'll spoil ourselves. Don't tell me who wins if you look at the bracket. I'd prefer to just see the other robot pop out in a second. I can see some sort of black rectangle in the reflection. Ah, it is Cosmos. You did not need to look up the name of this robot. Look at it.
You can see the Cosmos as you stare into its top plate.
Yes, Cosmos,
So we
very visually striking robot. Sorry, Andrea.
We got 2 figure tech robots going up against each other. We got the lifter kit alongside the horizontal spinner kit. We'll see which kit reigns supreme, which kit add-on specifically. Cosmos has a little paint job. I don't know if that's going to give him the edge or not.
These are in our 1 pound class. Looks like Cosmos is struggling. We might have a postponement.
I think it's G-Bot's lifter. It's kind of going past its limits, it seems like, but it looks okay. Cosmos coming back to the door. Maybe their spinner's not fully on. Maybe just a quick turn off and on again will do the trick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the play is here. Yeah, it looks like we are going to have a postponement. Ravi taking a peek at the FingerTech bot, trying to see what's wrong with it.
He's like, oh yeah, right here. There's a thing you got.
You know who I see coming into the arena after, though, is Anubis. And Anubis, one of the strongest robots at the competition, right up there with orders from the House, Atlas, and a few of the other really high energy 3-pound robots. And this thing is a beast. You can see a very nicely engineered wedge on the front, not designed in a way that, you know, you're worried about it coming off. You can see there's a lot of attachment points, but also if it does, it's not going to take the whole robot with it. A little bit of solid engineering on that front wedge on Anubis, a beater type weapon designed to send robots flying. And I am going to try to recall this robot's name by memory.
Its name is Tree Stomper, and then like 4 or 5 digits.
TS-247 is like the 1-pound robot that this team has.
I'm sorry, but until you name your robot a name, I'm gonna have a hard time with the digits. But I will pull it up on the bracket.
Yeah, I don't want to be spoiled, so if you could get that, that'd be great. Should just have to click on it. No, that's 2024. It's also right here. Well, I'm not looking. I'm glad I don't remember the name. It's going to make my cast a bit better here.
Its name is Death Muncher. Thank goodness for actual names.
Nice. Death Muncher. See, that's what I'm talking when I remember that Sparkles robot. All right, 3-2-1 fight. Anubis comes out. Death Muncher gets up to speed right away, smashes into the arena wall, and it's on fire. It is on fire. I can yell fire in this cast.
Fire, fire. Oh my god, fire.
And that robot definitely was on fire, going to get immediately removed from the arena.
I don't know if it got a hit.
Nope, it hit the wall. The first thing it did is it spun up, it turned left, and it smashed into the wall. Anubis came forwards and didn't even get to hit it before it was already on fire. Anubis definitely liking the way he got that win, not having to do a single hit. That's what the judges are saying. He didn't even hit him. He just turned and smashed directly into the arena.
Go a round of applause for the thrill of a fire field side. Definitely some electrical things to look at there. Looks like something maybe could have used some more insulation, or maybe it ran a little too hot. I don't know. Maybe some flaky wiring was the cause, but it looks like he did a good job keeping the weapon pointed at Anubis. Just ended up taking himself out.
He did not do a good job pointing the weapon at Anubis. He
Okay,
drove forwards and smashed into the wall at full speed. That is the opposite of keeping
Anubis. There was
that is the opposite of pointing it at Anubis.
Okay,
he smashed into the wall and caught on fire. You cannot make that sound good. Do not even try.
Before I saw the fire, I was like, hey, keeping a horizontal point is not easy.
You mean immediate? I mean the half second before he immediately smashed into the arena wall.
Well,
yeah, it
when
looked
you
great.
spin
I'll agree.
up, like the whole robot does a torque thing. Like it
Correct.
turns to one side.
I
You had to
agree.
point it.
I
But then
agree.
he caught fire.
And then he
okay?
got
Yeah,
fire.
I will admit he caught fire.
Within 5 seconds.
Within 5 seconds. Maybe 6.
But boy, he looked good in those 5 seconds. Another pair of robots. Nice thing about a match like that, no debris. Just an odd smell. This is Black Widow, one of the other younger competitors at our competition. Black Widow has looked better. I think this is their 3rd or 4th BotBrawl now.
Yeah, keeps getting better and better. Custom build through and through. I know that the driver there learned a bunch of CAD to get it going.
Started with a FingerTech kit, just like the 2 fights ago. Those 2 bots you saw loading in, Cosmos and the G-Bot. This driver and team started with a FingerTech kit, progressed to a full custom robot. Really cool to see.
Yeah, their last event, I think, was their first one with the full custom robot. And they had a few issues to sort out. And they come back stronger over here to AnimeNorth. Robot keeps getting better. Team skills keep getting better. And they got a really nice custom drum on there, too, which is a pretty impressive thing to see someone make. Even myself, a veteran of the sport, still use a Saifu kit drum. So it's nice to see that there's alternatives to that. And we'll see how it does. Going up against Stack Overflow. a nice little saw horizontal spinner. I do believe they meant to have a disc or a bar, but due to time constraints, they went with the saw. That being said, a saw has carbide tip teeth on it. Does a really good job chewing up metal and plastic.
Saws are pretty good at the 1 pound class. They're good at eating the wheels. It's hard to do tons of kind of like whacking damage in the 1 pound class. Really difficult to get all that force into the other robot, but the saws are good at nipping away at the wheels. And I've seen more than a few robots get knocked out just by having their round wheels turn into squares.
Yeah, the big thing is they're sharp, and if they get not sharp, you just swap it out.
Bots up to speed. Black Widow going to charge at the opponent. Faster, at least, than Stack Overflow did. Both robots opting to go weapon to weapon here. A couple good collisions, and they are both up. No, Stack Overflow is still upside right. Black Widow upside down. Trying to self-right. Could be in a good spot to do some damage to the top of that 3D printed body on Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow, a couple shots to the wall there instead of the opponent. But you can definitely see a few chunks of foam coming off of those tires of Black Widow. Manages to self-right using some gyro forces. Good driving there by Black Widow. Stack Overflow coming back in and deflecting off of that wedge of Black Widow. That gives Black Widow time to spin up. Black Widow trying to go directly, just get any kind of bite. Really good shot to the wheels there from Stack Overflow. Black Widow doesn't have the purchase it did before, kind of skittering off the arena ground. You can see it as it's vibrating around the arena floor. Manages to get underneath, but couldn't get the weapon to bite. Hasn't really gotten the type of impact it wants on Stack Overflow yet.
That low saw from Stack Overflow actually working really well as a wedge, being able to kick up the leading edge and then get underneath, getting some good pins and pushes on Black Widow.
Now Black Widow is going sideways. I don't want to say drifting, but it doesn't have the turning ability that it did when its wheels were a little bit bigger than it was a few moments ago. When it gets underneath at the front, it's also still hitting those wheels. But the best shots are Black Widow getting to is when Black Widow exposes its sides to Stack Overflow. But Black Widow gets a good shot there.
They find themselves upside down, and it looks like the weapon's got a little bit of a stutter going. One of the wheels on its left side.
Big shot there from Stack Overflow as Black Widow's upside down, and that was on the one wheel that could still make contact. Black Widow is knocked out. Some precise driving from Stack Overflow.
That left wheel's all chewed up, and it's barely touching the ground at all. You can see it slapping around.
That last hit from Stack Overflow sliced the wheel right where it was touching the ground, and that has got to be a knockout. And yep, Stack Overflow is going to get the victory here. Great driving to avoid the possibly still working weapon on the front of Black Widow and hit exactly where it needed to lock down the knockout. Good job. Black Widow, got to be kind of happy with how that match went. You got knocked out by your opponent executing their strategy against you, not from a failure of your own. The biggest problem for Black Widow is they just couldn't get the drum to bite. So maybe it's a matter of they were spinning the drum too fast, or that wedge's angle of attack isn't too good.
I have to say, of all the robots that I've made, the ones that had a leading wedge, I found the wedge always got in the way of the weapon. And I've had most success with robots with no wedge. Some small wedges are okay, but you really want that weapon to be front and center and nothing in the way of it. Because I've had extremely disappointing matches where my weapon's working, my drivetrain's working, and I just don't get a good bite.
Yeah, anything between your robot's weapon and the other robot should not be your own robot. It should be something the opponent's putting there to try to stop you. You can see the driver of Stack Overflow right back at it here. And that is Max. Which one is that? That's not Max Moy. Because Max Moy is the big horizontal. Which one is that? These guys had 3 robots here at this competition. This team. Stack Overflow, Max Moy, and this guy. I don't remember. Halt and Catch Fire. That's right. Halt and Catch Fire. And they are going up against Yokozuna. Yokozuna, the big horizontals. horizontals have, I think that Ed and indirectly also Absurdity, two of the more successful horizontals, and then also the G-Force team with their horizontal, have all contributed to the number of horizontals we see in the 1 pound class at BotBrawl, as it seems to be one of the more popular categories of bot.
That would be G-Force. And I will say that an ant-weight horizontal probably does more damage than most ant-weight verts. It just it's a nice robot to build. 2 plates, a little bit of spacers. Make sure that the spacers hold motors, hold batteries, and you just bolt it all together. Really nice robot to both build and repair.
Both robots have working weapons. Always nice to see. In comes Halt and Catch Fire. And a couple good shots to the sides from Yokozuna. Those wheel guards doing their job so far. And ideally here, if you're Halt and Catch Fire, you're going to go and hit those exposed wheels. But Yokozuna can just turn into you whenever you try to do that. And so far, that's what's happened.
The drum on Halt and Catch Fire has come to a stop. I saw it twitch for a moment there, but it's possible that one of its phase wires might have gotten nicked, or maybe they're having some sort of battery or signal issue, but it is not moving. Meanwhile, Yokozuna is fully spun up, does hit them, goes into the wall, back to the center, gets a good spin up, and I'm sure they're going to line up again here. So looks like they're on the chase.
Big shot there from Yokozuna. And you got to be wondering if too many more of those hits are going to pile up. Ideally, you're dishing those hits back. You're not just taking them, especially not at the least protected part of your robot. I can tell you, experience with drums, you do not want to have the back. Typically, the back of your robot's one of the weaker spots. I wouldn't want those thin wheel guards getting hit too many times either. You want to try and tank shots with your weapon, I think. And Yokozuna's doing a good job of avoiding those hits and swinging around and getting the sides, as you can see right there. Managing to get all the way around the back with that reach. Yokozuna's looking really good this fight. Dishing hit after hit to Halt and Catch Fire. And Halt and Catch Fire's weapon spins back up. Yokozuna's is down. A complete reversal. And a big shot to the side of Yokozuna. Yokozuna trying to get its weapon going. Halt and Catch Fire takes off one of the wheels of Yokozuna. Yokozuna went from dominant to falling apart in just seconds. Halt and Catch Fire going to try and hit that other wheel in a second. Yokozuna barely managing mobility. I might even be getting counted out as we speak. Halt and Catch Fire just can't seem to get a clean shot on that one exposed wheel. Yokozuna is doing a decent job keeping it away. It's now split Yokozuna's upper half from its bottom half. The damage piling up on Yokozuna, and his Halt and Catch Fire knocked. The Halt and Catch Fire isn't moving. Yokozuna barely alive. Halt and Catch Fire is dead, though, and Yokozuna might have made it. This might be a simultaneous knockout. I think this is a simultaneous knockout. That is crazy. I think this goes to a judge's decision. I'm pretty sure we ended up setting this as a double KO to a judge's decision. There were 2 or 3 of them this weekend where both robots were suddenly immobile. Yokozuna had been clinging to life and then suddenly lost its ability to translate.
It looks like it lost the weapon too, because I've been in the position of having a big horizontal with one wheel, and if you can get the weapon spun up, you can get a bit of a crab walk going just with the momentum of the weapon and the one wheel doing a bit of twitching. So yeah, that did go to a judge's decision.
The judge's decision for that went to Halt and Catch Fire. So Halt and Catch Fire ended up winning that match. That was the blue and white robot. And we go over to the sumos, where we have Ralph taking on Industrial Accident. And they are doing the do-si-do around that pole. Ralph doing an impressive flip, maybe to try to get into the head of Industrial Accident. It might have worked as Industrial Accident exposes its side and gets flipped out by Ralph.
Just going back to that judge's decision, it definitely would have gone more based on damage in the favor of Halt and Catch Fire. So just a reminder, if you don't want it to go to judges, make it very obvious that you broke the other robot.
Yeah, all that damage, like it literally tore pieces off the other robot. So if it was still working when it had been repaired, right? That's the question the judges probably looked at. Nice flip there from Ralph. Industrial Accident, you saw, manage to overcorrect, but then the wedge on Ralph just got underneath Industrial Accident's wedge. You know what? Industrial Accident can't get under anything this tournament. I don't know if it got how many things, but it just struggled over and over with any robot that was low to the ground. The only reason it got under Ralph there, for instance, was because Ralph went up. But watch, if they meet face to face again, I bet Ralph gets under it. And that scoop.
Oh,
Wow, a rare oversteer from Rare. Yeah, you don't see that very often from
Garrett's
Garrett.
one of the more calm drivers. When he first started out, he actually had one of the, I don't want to say weaker, but like more susceptible robots. The original Dispatula, which is the predecessor to Industrial Accident, was made out of just plywood and a few parts, and I think it was underweight, so he always drove it very carefully.
We're going another time for fun. Yeah, Dispatula, the driving looks a little loose here from Dispatula.
It's Industrial Accident now.
Pardon me, Industrial Accident. You got to be thinking about Dispatula. Bring back Panhandler, Garrett. Bring back Panhandler. Ralph just kind of donked Industrial Accident out there as Garrett went for a correction, and that he was going to make a correction on the oversteer, but the donk messed up his overcorrection and sent him out. I think we're just having these guys fight over and over again for fun at this point, because Ralph definitely definitely won. You can see the pool noodle getting into the solenoid, or the air piston on Ralph, and it smeared off some of that goo that keeps it lubricated onto the pool noodle.
So Industrial Accident is actually meant to have a overhead saw, but specifically that's for competing at Motorama, and we do not allow saws in the sumo category, so instead it has a very intimidating pool noodle.
Loading into the box in the red corner is Charity Case. Charity Case, a robot built out of donated parts from previous competitions that were friends of the builder and driver. And the other robot loading in now in red is Onslaught, driven by Matthew Strader. As I believe it's a former champion. He himself has built and piloted multiple robots to championships in BotBrawl. We'll see if Onslaught's weapon decides to work here.
Had a little bit of a slow twitch there. Not what you want to see if you're Matt.
Charity Case designed to break other robots on its face. An Onslaught will provide the fist to do said face breaking. Should be an energetic match here. I'm looking into wider angle lenses for the cameras so that we can have at least one angle with both bots in view. Onslaught up to speed here. Charity Case coming out. Those long forks doing a good job keeping that vertical spinner back from getting any real shots in at that front. And I think the preferred spots for Onslaught to hit are going to be the sides and back of Charity Case. Now, can Onslaught get there? Should have less maneuverability than Charity Case, given Charity Case doesn't have a big spinning gyroscopic affecting force thing at the front of it.
Yeah, those big squishy blue corners, the back corners on Charity Case, are really nice to dig into with Onslaught's weapons, so you'll probably get the most pop out of there. And as you can see, the forks are like as long as Onslaught, and do a really good job getting around them. Matt really has to do his best job driving to the back.
Onslaught getting pinned there. That's a pin from Charity Case.
Charity Case gonna run out the clock on this pin. We got a cool animation going on at the clock showing when it needs to be released. Good work, Doug. That looks sick. I don't think I experienced that when I was in the box. Very nice.
When it worked good. Sometimes it didn't. So that doesn't count as a pin. I remember this from the event. This was not counted as a pin because Charity Case was unable to release, so we paused the match, and I believe we unstuck them. So the judges had to note down that this pin didn't count. So although it looked like Charity Case was showing control, it's not control if you can't demonstrate that it's control, which when you're stuck, it's not. So that means that whole 10-15 second period does not count as anything. You have to imagine the match having stopped when Charity Case was just about to approach Onslaught in the corner.
Quite a few wiggles are needed to get Onslaught off of those barbs.
And this is a good job by Ravi, the arena wrangler, to get them into a fair position based on where they should be. And we will restart in just a moment here. See, the judge is definitely talking about the match up until that point. Oh, I just saw my reaction, and I don't remember what happened other than, okay, it started. That's good. I remember there were issues. Onslaught managed to turn around right away. Weapon isn't working, though, and Charity Case goes right back underneath Onslaught. Onslaught's weapon is, in fact, going, so Match Trader Driver just doing a smart job of not spinning up so he won't smash into the walls like that and ruin his weapon motor. Charity Case, once again, latched on there. And boy, it's really tough to differentiate between a pin and not. Like, that's clearly a pin, but what about the entire time it's kind of stuck on the forks and moving around a bit? Is that a pin? Is that the robot stuck together? Regardless, match will continue here. Onslaught trying to work its way into a position where it can get its weapon to bear, but Charity Case adamantly sticking to Onslaught, not giving it any room to breathe whatsoever. Another pin coming in from Charity Case.
I haven't seen Matt be able to spin up his weapon. He's had a few opportunities where he wasn't caught and he could, but he might be waiting for a larger opening to give it a shot so he can take a clean hit on Charity Case. Looks like he had a moment there, but he didn't take it.
30 seconds left. And Onslaught just can't get clean and free of those forks. Once Charity Case got dialed in on the length and the driving abilities of Onslaught, it's been just relentless here. Right back into the clutches of Charity Case. You can see the look on Match Trader's face there as he realizes, and he was not really able to get that weapon to bear in Charity Case for a single good hit in 3 minutes. And that will do it for this one. It will go to the judges. I will check the results right now. Charity Case would defeat Onslaught by judges' decision.
You can see how high up the wheels are on Onslaught. You can see almost half of them poking up above the wheel guards. So that ground clearance is really low, and Charity Case really took advantage of that.
All right, the big ugly wooden thing that Tyler built's going to fight. It's made out of plywood and hopes and dreams and a pair of wheelchair motors. And it's really good at latching onto that center pole with the shape of it, and it's not so good at not getting cracked in half.
So it does not have wheelchair motors on it. It actually has a stock FRC drivetrain, 4 sim motors, and 1 single 12-volt battery. So it's yeah.
And the sim motors in that kit are known for being used in wheelchairs, are they not?
They originally were, but typically they're much larger diameter.
Okay.
So in comes EXP 150 former champion with wheelchair motors and big tires.
Well, this one definitely has former wheelchair motors in it. I think Jason was trying to sell them to people in our Discord. Go to botbrawl.ca, join our Discord, and you can build one of these monstrous creations. All these people that we're talking about, you could meet them, talk them, ask them for advice. They're more than happy to help you get you pointed in the right direction. I'm also going to take a quick moment. Thank our sponsors, Repeat Robotics. Visit repeatrobotics.com for all the parts for your fighting robot needs. fingertechrobotics.ca. Need 1 pound, 3 pound fighting robot kits or other parts? Visit fingertechrobotics.ca. Polymaker. Do you need filament? Visit Polymaker. and Mog, our brand new arena sponsor, paying for half the cost of our brand new 2 combat boxes. You can see one of them on display at Anime North this past weekend. Finally, our thanks, of course, goes to Anime North for hosting us. So that's Experimental 150 in the burgundy, closer to the camera. Resurrected far away. Resurrected immediately locks up on the pole with that unique shape. Experimental 150 pushes it off. Good driving there. Experimental 150 might ride up that wedge on the front of Resurrected. Resurrected, I think, was hooked up on the one side of one of those hooks, trying to get reoriented back on the pole. Experimental 150 doesn't want to let it do that, and you can see it trying to pry Resurrected in half. You can just picture a bunch of cracking noises happening every time that happens. Just walk out to your 50-year-old deck and step around a bit. Resurrected sends itself off the arena. Tyler, I remember mentioning, he always got confused about which way was the front, and he would think that the wedge was the front of the robot and then accidentally drive off because he wasn't used to that.
It's not the front?
No, the wedge is the back in his control scheme. So the front is his little hooky area so we can orient for hooking.
Just want to talk about EXP 150 for a little bit. First off, check out that like nice little rear headlight and oval. I don't know if Jason made that custom or if that was salvaged from something, but it fits perfectly. We got a lift going on from EXP 150, actually lifting itself more than its opponent.
Lifting them both, and again, imagine just a whole bunch of crickety crack. You can see Tyler laughing. Yeah, see, it's like you're there.
Oh,
right underneath.
Quite wobbly now from Resurrection.
Oh yeah, after this, it's never the same.
It's going full.
The repeated slams, it's never the same after this. This is the robot.
Tyler just laughing off in the background, seeing his robot moving in 2 different axes.
Experimental 150, getting sick of playing with its food. Gonna try and discard of it now.
I think it won.
That one guy in the crowd in the hat is really enjoying it. He had a huge grin on his face the entire time.
I got a huge grin right now. Both robots get ready for the next round.
So Experimental 150 with the first win. And there's a nice hook. That's a great hook there from Resurrected. It's going to force Experimental 150 Jason to do some thinking and maneuvering here. The wedge is kind of catching.
Yeah, Resurrected's locked in on the pole. That's the intended strategy for Resurrected. But again, here comes the lift from EXP 150.
And it's trying to bend that plastic.
That's not plastic. That's 1/8 steel.
Well, it's getting bent up really good.
Bent.
Experimental 150 has continuously used the strategy of just trying to flex the robot around as much as it can. Trying to break that wooden platform, and off goes Resurrected once again, smashing into the outside wall by accident. So this set goes to Experimental 150. And we are going to go over to the combat box, it looks like, where we have former champion left shoe, right foot loading into the red corner. I can see in the reflection that there is a pink robot in the opposite corner, and the only 1-pound robot that I know that's pink is Snap. So I'm assuming this is left shoe, right foot versus Snap. These guys have fought before.
There is another one. The sashimi is also pink, but this is Snap.
I don't even recognize that robot's name. Did it fight?
Sashimi?
Oh, sashimi. Yeah, that's what you said. I'm sorry. No, sashimi is salmon colored, not pink. Not the same. This one is fluorescent pink. Out comes Snap. Snap's got a control arm on the front. It can grab and lift. It's got a grabber on the end of a lifting arm, basically. His left shoe, right foot, very strong vertical weapon. Flops all over the arena, even just from the force of it trying to spin up. And Garrett, its driver, tends to use it to maneuver really good. So far, Snap doing a good job of staying away from the spinning blade and getting good grabs in. And left shoe, right foot's just kind of doing whatever it can to try and get some weird impacts. That was a good one there on the top of Snap's armor. And there's a good follow-up shot from left shoe, right foot. But Snap turning right back around, managing to get itself oriented towards the maniacally bouncing left shoe, right foot. And every time Snap manages to tilt it up onto its weapon. It sends left shoe flying around. One bad hit from that spinning blade could take that entire arm off, though, especially when it's on top like that. Snap went for a good grip, and I think... No. I was going to say it looked like the grabbing arm came off, but it just went down into the lifting arm. Good driver in Snap. And
Snap not moving.
yeah, left shoe, right foot might have hit one of the wheels, may have knocked the battery loose. Definitely being counted out at this point. Left shoe, right foot, going to follow up with a insurance poke at the back with that weapon, trying to get a good hit, but can't.
Realizes that Snap is totally not moving.
And that is a knockout for left shoe, right foot. Great job driving from Garrett. Garrett is, with left shoe, right foot, he's very opportunistic. He'll basically act insane, and then in that quarter to half second where he's back on his wheels and like a normal robot, he'll hit you. And you'll be like, what? You weren't jumping around, flying all over the place? And that's when he tends to get you. And he managed to do that to Snap. 2 good hits was all it took.
It's really hard to get a good read on left shoe, right foot, because you watch it one match. Let's say I was in a match coming up against left shoe, right foot. So I watched the match before just to see what he was like to drive against. I'm like, oh, this thing's chaotic. I can get a good handle on it. Next match, Garrett comes out, totally like stone-faced, like drives it. Complete control.
Weapon at 60% instead of 100.
Yeah, and just like it's a completely different robot.
Yeah.
So you never know what you're gonna get with left shoe, right foot. Just depends. Depends how Garrett's gonna go. And at some point he definitely has fun with it. But don't count him out based on what you see.
I mean, I think his logic is I'm going up against a robot with no weapon. If if something's gonna break, then it's gonna be because of me, and then he can live with that. Whereas if he's going up against maybe a robot that can potentially do counter damage, he's gonna want to make sure that he's the one that's dishing the damage out.
If you ever see super serious left shoe, right foot driving, it's a huge sign of respect for sure.
Well, I see at least 2 330-pounders in there, so this has got to be another 530s fight.
We've got 530 coming up, yeah, and I'm getting kind of hungry. We got KFC buffet.
KFC buffet, perfect at 530s.
So KFC buffet, a new robot for this event from Antoine. He previously changed the game with Slippery Pete, a robot that would drive into the pole and then spin around and try to thwack you off, and that kind of started a wave of robots that would latch on kind of with like a U on the side of their robot, and you see it a lot with Resurrection and Ratatouille. But changing up the meta again, he's got a super tall robot with, if you look down the middle of that robot, it's not connected. It's not connected until the very top where the KFC buffet part is.
That's right. Everything runs over the U, which means it can drive directly over that pole.
That pole originally was put in place to avoid box rushes, and KFC buffet says, I want a box rush. It's on the menu at the buffet.
And Antoine, his driver, does an excellent job of repeatedly lining this robot up with the pole. Not just at the beginning, but in the middle of the match, he'll just suddenly line it up and charge across at it. And it's quite startling because you won't expect him to be quite as nimble as he is.
But the robots known as 530 are also somewhat meta breaking and just can smother you with the sheer quantity of robots on the field. So even if he doesn't get a good box rush on 1 or 2, he's got to knock 3 robots off the platform to get the win.
The legality of the 530s is actually questionable, as I think we did make a rule where they all have to be on 1/4 of the whole. No, it all have to be on 1/2.
Yeah,
One
they
half.
can fit that. It's just a little.
It's
tiny.
close though. There's certainly a couple times where the 2 of the wider robots show in. All right, well, we started, and you can see KFC buffet going right over the center pole. It's actually kind of hooked up on the pole because of the weird shape. Might have been part of the strategy of KFC buffet is to latch itself around the pole with its unique U shape.
So I got Scuttlebot over there. We're trying to get some good lifts going, but in the end, looks like Andrew did most of the heavy lifting there.
Ralph
really stuck. Ralph being able to drive underneath and making it so that KFC buffet's wheels don't touch the ground, and at that point they're just an object to be driven out of the arena.
I think technically the KFC buffet hadn't touched the ground yet. It had only touched the outside, but that still counts as an out. And the 530s take the first victory.
Now here's the awkward part of 530s where you have to like let your opponent go through, but your robots are like half the platform. Ralph's like off the platform there just to make space for KFC. Little kick from Tyler, get it back on there. Okay. Robots reset.
So 530s take the first fight of that set. KFC buffet is terrifying to face, says the driver of Ratatouille in chat. Cocoa Beans, what's your name so I can call you a name instead of Cocoa Beans or the driver of Ratatouille?
It's Cohen.
Cohen, thank you. So Scuttlebot tried to get underneath, but good reaction from KFC Buffet. Ralph, good positioning. And there's Lug Tread. Lug Tread is just like a moving speed bump of a robot. And it is speed bumping the heck. Right now, actually, so the 530s have actually gone out. So they've lost this match. This match will go to KFC Buffet.
The ground. Homer is touching the ground.
Yeah.
And so is Apocalypse.
But we let it play out because the crowd wants to see
fun.
it. Yeah. Although they're pretty locked up there. Ralph is leveraged onto the ground with its lifter. And Lug Tread coming in from the side. Big smash into the side of Ralph.
Oh, poor Ralph.
That's not going to be too good on the old Pistons. And now it's just Lug Tread versus KFC Buffet who pushes it out. And KFC Buffet locking down its victory. So this
KFC
is tied.
Buffet cleans his plate of the 530s.
There you go. We are tied at 1 in this set. And we are going to find out the answer to the age-old question, should you eat your vegetables?
Okay. The KFC Buffet has no vegetables. Let's be real.
That's what I mean. I don't know what I mean. KFC, watch how, I think I recall this one, he does a particularly good, he turns off to the side, shoves, and then locks back onto the pole.
Yeah, it goes for Scuttles. Scuttles a really nasty robot for getting underneath.
Went for the biggest, heaviest robot first. The next two worst. Oh! Did KFC Buffet go out first? I think it did.
It touched the outer wall.
KFC Buffet went out before it pushed Homer all the way out, I think.
If it was fork side out on Homer, I think Homer would have gone out, but because he drove right over top.
I have to go and see if it won. I don't know if it won that. I honestly have no idea if it won or not. Maybe someone who was at the event won. We don't have the match saved. It says W, but what was it? I don't know what its first match was. If that was KFC, was that KFC Buffet's first match? It was. That was its first match. So I think that was a win for KFC Buffet. Homer was underneath it, so that makes sense. One thing I mentioned at the tournament, but that I didn't. One thing I mentioned at the tournament is that in regular sumo, it's not just necessarily who touches the outside first. I can't remember the exact name of the rule, but there's a traditional rule that says that if your push was going to win you the match by making the other, like you're the reason the match ends by pushing the other person out, if you go out first, then you still win. So it's like you had control of the other sumo wrestler and were forcing them out, and then like your foot slipped or something, then you still technically win. So I think we should consider implementing something like that for sumo. Like if it's your momentum that pushes the other robot out, but then like your fork dangles off the side and touches the ground.
Oh, I think it's the opposite. I think if you see the rise of enormous forks, you can't let the enormous forks get away with it. If the length of their fork is what causes them to touch the outside, then that's just they're just too close to the sun. Like they gotta take it easy. I've seen like 2 foot long forks. Okay.
What if I make a robot that is just like the size of a hemisphere and enter that? This is the 3-pound class.
So we got a brand new robot. This is Entropy. So Entropy took some design. I don't think it is. It is Entropy. Okay. It took some design hints from my own robot, Why Can't We Be Friends, and was like, hey, we want to make a big horizontal spinner. I said, hey, here's what I did.
The opponent is Updraft. Updraft is that vertical spinner.
And so they built
We're
a small
up to speed.
horizontal, a little more controllable.
Big shot there, opening the match as one of the wheel grippers has come off of Entropy, and a big follow-up. Updraft absolutely shredding a tap out, and Updraft is going to take that one by tap out. ridiculous match for Updraft.
You can see the weapon hub kind of exploding and the belt hanging out. Kind of went how my match with Updraft would go. Updraft, a seasoned competitor, modeled after a robot named Lynx that has seen enormous success in the U.S. And yeah, it does. It's a great adaptation.
Updraft is not going to have too many repairs after that one, in contrast to Entropy, which may not be a usable robot anymore. And I think it comes back for another match after this one, looking pretty haggard.
To be fair, I think its drivetrain is working. It just had its wheel knocked off, and the weapon hub, sure, is in pieces, but the motor is likely still working, and so
the frame doesn't look warped. Usually, if the frame isn't too warped, you got it spares of most everything else. So hopefully, we'll be able to get it working again for another match. I see Tyler with a delicious-looking sandwich.
Yeah, that sandwich looks really good.
Let's see who that goes in the box with. Oh, he's walking away with it.
Bring back the sandwich, please.
And we're definitely going to have a de-partifying of the arena, as there are shredded bits all over the place. I think we're getting close. I think we got about 10 to 15 minutes left before we have the audio come back, guys, just so you know.
You mean they're not going to have to listen to us anymore?
Then we will be gone, and you guys will have actual regular audio. Ravi's slyly stealing the piece of a robot, putting it into his back pocket, going to sell it on the black market later, I'm certain.
I think he's going to get all the pieces and like build a robot from the remnants.
So you were, before you got here, I pointed out at the very first match that we do not have a way of getting the debris out of the arena. The old arena had a slot cut in one of the corners, and we pushed all the debris into with a bucket underneath. This one, we do not. So we've had to shop back it out every single time.
But it's a cordless vacuum. It's pretty nice.
Well, I was thinking we get like mount something on the roof, like a tube, a retractable tube, and then you can go hit a switch and then pull the tube down and vacuum in the corner every time.
I think we get a cordless vacuum. It'll be okay.
Cordless vacuum's
Look
fine.
at this little guy.
It does the job great.
He was my friend on Sunday.
We could also just
were
get one of
together.
those little like handheld box shop vacs and stick that under the arena right there too.
This small vacuum, it's a little handheld model, so it's not the most powerful. But if you do a good job brooming, get all the big bits, it can handle it. You can definitely get a slightly nicer portable shop vac.
Well, we're gonna see if Jimmy Neutron's hot mom can handle Perry the platypus here now. If you guys recall earlier, I told you every time you see Perry the platypus, their driving is a little bit better. They made adjustments fight to fight throughout the tournament, and the driver was also, you could tell, honing in on the nimbleness they needed with the sticks. And Jimmy Neutron's hot mom, driven very well by Autumn.
Looks like Liz is the weapons operator.
Yep, and Liz the weapons operator. Although I think at some point Liz gets subbed out with Garrett, I want to say. I can't remember who filled in as weapons operator partway through the tournament.
Towards the end of the day, yeah.
Jimmy Neutron's hot mom, very capable of doing full suplexes with that lifty, grabby arm.
You can see those 5 hinged forks on it. Very deadly, very easy to get underneath other robots. You can see it getting underneath Perry there.
And out goes Perry. Again, a big overcorrection from Perry. But the box rush was solid. The box rush was much improved from last time. And as I said, incremental improvements each time. Noticeable as Perry adjusts to the smaller arena. Those forks are great, actually. They're really good. Even though Jimmy Neutron has longer forks, it seemed to kind of skitter them out of the way as it comes in on any angle against them. They're quite, they're just stiff enough.
So Judy Neutron, which is Jimmy Neutron's hot mom's name, Miss Judy Neutron, she's got forks that are probably about 6 to 8 inches longer than Perry's. So that's going to be a tough one for Perry to get around. Plus, there's 4 of them, so still, that being said, I think Perry's got a faster drivetrain if they can get a good handle on it.
And see much more measured driving here from Perry, not rushing out either. Trying to lock up on the other robot, manages it, but it's Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron has that. You can see Perry again, not trying to not overcorrect, but the turns still a little bit loose with the stick. Does a full 360 there.
Yeah, you can tell that was supposed to be a small adjustment, but instead it was like a full 360 plus a little bit. Really, that robot looks like it's on ice.
Yeah, there's no braking on the SCs, and it's still a little bit over-tuned for this size arena.
So Perry originally had competed at Norwalk, and Perry and the team over at University of Toronto actually got the Best Rookie Award at Norwalk that first year.
Not bad. And multiple robots from Canada in this weight class have gone down to the States and performed very well. We have Ralph, the current 30-pound sportsman champion as well. Last match here, and out goes Perry the Platypus.
Last year, Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom was able to compete in California and also won in 2024.
And out goes Perry the Platypus again. You can tell that like the adjustments were not as bad as the first match, but still not good enough for the sumos. So definitely getting used to the smaller arena here. And I think we might make them go again. No, we're gonna stay at it. We're gonna move on. We have got to be closing in on the end of the audio here. I think we got about 13 minutes left, maybe like 3 or 4 more fights until we restore audio. And we are privileged enough to get to cast Smirking Cat Sawbot. That's the robot that's loading in at the top of the screen there in the yellow wedge. The opponent, I believe that's Royal Reaper in the black. Royal Reaper has a horizontal spinner. As I said, one of the more popular designs that we've seen. And a young driver in Royal Reaper. Three or four really young drivers this time around. Good to see some young blood getting into the sport. This one should be pretty good. Smirky Cat Sawbot's got a good reputation for doing a really good job cutting into other robots. One of the things that made me, never mind, I'll talk about it afterwards. The fight is starting.
So Smirking Cat Sawbot's got their big horizontal wedge configuration going on.
Yep, trying to plow away that front spinner on the front of Royal Reaper. And now Smirking Catbot opting to just kind of rotate around and come in with the saw on the back and use it as a vertical spinner unexposed and gets a good 2 hits in there, a third hit follow-up. And who needs to hit the top when you can just go right in through the back? A huge chunk now. There's an exposed wire on the back. And maybe Smirking Cat Sawbot just a couple hits away from finishing this one out. A big shot over top.
Shot, yeah.
Smirking Cat Sawbot using that hammer saw to good there. Obliterates its own weapon, I think, on the arena floor there as it missed.
Ball, yep. So that wedge was able to take the first head-on shot against that horizontal enough to slow it down, and then they were able to capitalize on that, get a few vertical shots, and even an overhead
Smirking
shot.
Cat
so now we see
is crabbing around now, and
both robots down the drive side.
yeah, Royal Reaper struggling as well,
And
kind of
both
coming back
weapons
to
down.
life. It managed to get out of that. There was a
2
rut in the
wheels.
arena or a piece of debris caught underneath it, and now we have a working Royal Reaper versus a half-working or even third-working Smirking Cat Sawbot.
I think the arm is still working on Smirky Cat. It's just the weapon, the spinning portion.
Yeah, the
itself
blade
is
has
down.
come right off.
And the blade on Royal Reaper is also down. There you got 2 wheels of drive, though.
Honestly, could have gone a lot worse for Royal Reaper. It was looking really bad with Smirky Cat in a really strong position, and now this is looking like we could even see a judge's decision. This will likely get paused to poke the robots. I think I saw Royal Reaper trying to spin that weapon back up. I'm not sure if that's is that a hub? It looks like it's a hub motor on it. If it's a hub motor, there's always a chance it'll roar back to life. But if I recall from when I initially cast, there was a wire that was cut from one of the overhead chops. And one of the overhead chops actually disconnected the weapon on Royal Reaper. And that's actually, I think that's why you see the driver laughing, is they can see the wires are snipped. They're like, hey, why isn't the weapon working? Well, it's literally been cut off, basically, so that's always good.
And we got Smirky Cat definitely doing more translated motion on their one half of drive side. Now getting the hammer part of the hammer saw into play.
I mean, at this point, you're doing anything to show anything resembling aggression and or control of the match. So you want to try and out-nudge the other opponent. There's always a risk, of course, that all of that damage that was done, there's a motor in there that's possibly shorting every time you're trying to drive. So you could end up losing battery power or seeing a battery incident simply from just trying to keep your robot driving, especially if it's like fully stalled and pulling all those extra amps from the system just to keep showing motion. But we do make it to a judge's decision, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like possibly Royal Reaper got counted out, as it hasn't been able to leave its starting circle for the last little while.
That might have actually, well, no, it looks like it was a judge's decision based on the challenge.
Could be time then.
So smirking, I think it was a judge's decision, because if it was a knockout, it'd be 2-0. So it's a Smirking Cat Sawbot is going to win that by judge's decision.
Definitely the most controlling and aggressive robot. Damage, that weapon stopped. I know it's weird to see a wedge robot cause damage, but that is how a wedge robot causes damage. If you run into the other weapon and your wedge is alive, or at least like in together, and their weapon's down, that is a way that the robot without a super aggressive weapon could still cause damage.
The basic game plan for Smirking Cat Sawbot is make the other robots not have an effective weapon and then smash into the top of them with your own. Keep your weapon back from theirs. And that's exactly what it did. The only reason it lost its own weapon was because it smashed its weapon into the ground, which doesn't move. And I can see Kansai Drifto getting ready to load into the box. Kansai Drifto fast become one of the most energetic and meanest robots to fight. A melty brain robot with a single moving part. Dan the Builder has been slowly perfecting it. Dan has to love this arena. If I'm Dan and I've been dealing with the BotBrawl arena for the past 7 years of the seam becoming ever worse over time as it was slowly leaning down in the middle, this has to be like a dream come true, which this arena, the base of this arena is so solid and flat, gloriously flat, even with all the ruts worn into it. The seam, I wouldn't say that it's non-existent, but it's about as good as I think as you could get an arena seam to be, realistically. I don't think I saw a single fork get caught on the seam all weekend. I saw lots of forks get caught in ruts that were cut by spinning robots' weapons, but not any that got caught in the seam. Kansai Drifto's opponent. So these are 3-pound robots. And Kansai Drifto is playing Chop Chop Chimichanga here. And Chop Chop Chimichanga has a big undercutter weapon on the front of it, designed to chop away at the wheels. There is one wheel it could hit on Kansai Drifto. Might be kind of hard to get to it. But it also might not take much to make it useless, as Kansai Drifto is a finely tuned machine. I'm sure there's a certain amount of error correcting and or slippage and differenceness in the tire that it can handle, but I'm also certain that there's a threshold that can be reached by the red robot, Chop Chop Chimichanga, smashing into it enough times with its weapon. Right now, Chop Chop Chimichanga can't even get into the corner. There we go. Not sure what the control issues are there, if there's a dead wheel or if just awkwardness in the sticks. I know at least one robot over the weekend had their weapon and their drive reversed. So they had, in order to go forwards, they had to pull their trigger and go right on the controllers, and then They had to push up at the same time to make their weapon spin. so hopefully that's not the issue. Dan and Kansai Drifto look like they are ready. Chop Chop Chimichanga presumably also ready. Chloe might end up having the best view here with that camera at arena side. Kansai Drifto up to speed. Chop Chop Chimichanga up to speed. A big ricochet off of one of those front tires. And that was a very hard hit. Tire now completely removed. Chop Chop can only drive on one side now. Kansai Drifto might have to come in for another terrible hit. Oh my goodness. And Chop Chop Chimichanga can't move. Kansai Drifto can't move. And I was telling you guys about the double knockouts. I think this is a double knockout. Even I don't realize, because I didn't realize that Chop Chop can't move. Yeah, neither one of them could move off of the same impact. Chop Chop maybe for half a second, but it might have also just been momentum moving it into place. And that will go to a judge's decision on the basis of a double knockout. Absolutely crazy. Chop Chop Chimichanga is not in very good shape. Kansai Drifto simply not working, but the electronics are so delicate inside of it. I can't believe it still works off of any of those impacts. And I will. They want the judges. Look at the judges. Derek's like, we gotta see it. I want to look at it. They may even want to see it driving. I think I can see some motion, maybe. And the reflection to see the driver maybe getting it ready to be driven. Nah, he's putting the wheel weapon lock on it. But they're going to want to look at the damage on the robots for sure. I'll give you guys a bit of suspense here. Boy, this is the first match that there was one or two others I was a little bit tempted to go back and look at again, but I really kind of want to watch the whole match again. I'll resist the urge. But boy, that was a good one. The force of the impacts are just unbelievable from Kansai Drifto. Yeah, Chop Chop is not going to look too good after that. I think Kansai is probably fixable. You can see the judge is still deliberating carefully. And I will get you the winner. I know who the winner is. And it looks like they are going to hand me the winner. I'll try and time up with when I get the news. Oh, you can see me angry that the audio is. That's me becoming furious that the audio isn't working. I'm so angry. I remember this moment. I'm just like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
It looks like you just want to like complain at somebody.
I'm so upset.
You're looking for someone to be like.
I'm looking for a thing. I don't remember what it is. A plug. Oh yeah, I have to plug a thing in to try to mitigate because get the analog output from the mixer instead of the digital output.
How did you see? Was it like just like the little bar?
I looked into OBS and the audio wasn't moving. Yeah.
Oh man.
And I was like, oh no. And it was supposed to be. So the way it's working right now is how I thought it was working, which it's taking the audio directly through the USB out. And I ended up having to use the manual output of the audio and then route it into the video switcher, which is really not how you're supposed to do it, but it was the only way I could think of making it work on the spot without turning everything off and on again. Anyways, the winner of that match was Kansai Drifto. And the good news is for you guys is you're going to get audio back possibly in like a second because I think I'm going to plug it in and the audio is going to turn on right when I plug it in. I'm going to plug it in and turn the volume up and I think it works. There might be one more match that we have to do announcing for because I didn't want to hold the tournament up. Yeah, I think there's audio after this match, guys. So this will be the last one.
So we got double time loading in. Double Time, our champion, back at the anime. Sorry, not the AnimeNorth. The what was the last one? The Robodrome. Yeah, back in November, December. I think it was literally the weekend between November and December.
Yep. It was like November 30th, December 1st. One of a few four-wheel drive verts.
And we're going up against, who is this? Is this
I believe it's Black.
Tamarack?
I believe it's Black Widow.
No, this is Tamarack or Fully Defined, but I don't know which one. Looks like Tamarack.
That's Tamarack.
So Tamarack is actually a kit from one of our sponsors, Repeat Robotics. You can get your own version of Tamarack on Repeat Robotics. It's called the Scalar Kit. Very deadly kit robot. Particularly good at removing wheels. Well, looks like we left a little piece of belt. Wait, is it? It's not from that robot. Okay, we'll take it out of here then.
It's possible. I think it was the left side drive belt. If you look, the right side has a belt and the left side doesn't. But I don't think he really needs it because they only do because it's just like an extra wheel. It's not.
Yeah, I believe one wheel's direct and then one wheel is driven off
Yeah.
that direct same first direct wheel.
It's fake I call that fake four-wheel drive in combat robot contexts because if you lose one wheel, then you actually lose two.
If it's the driving wheel, you can lose your driven.
You can lose
wheel.
the non-driven wheel,
So
right?
it's quite
Or
typical
the
to have your driven wheel be the one behind the wedge, and then you have your driven wheel be
At the back.
the one that's easier to get hit.
I'm still a fan of four independent motors. They used to be a lot more common I feel like that was very common like 5 to 10 years ago, and it's much less common
now.
now.
On the motor failure, sometimes you would have the broken motor short out your circuit. So then you need 4 speed controllers, and it gets kind of to be a lot.
Either way, four-wheel drive vert. A totally untested, never seen before design. No one's ever built a robot like this before. Totally unique. I'm sorry, Double Time. Out they come, Tamarack rushing out. Also a very unique horizontal design. This is like one of the oldest matches you get is the big vert versus the big horizontal. Tamarack taking a hit directly to its wheel. Now it's stuck in the corner, launched upwards. Almost taking out our camera there. Thank God for those camera guards. And Tamarack, it's still alive. You know, it's still alive. It's both robots with one side of drive down. Double Time, second time today, I think that we've watched a robot with this design struggling, losing one of those sides of drive. And they're both going to be in opposite corners here. Can they come together for another impact?
Looks like Double Time has... Actually, no, I was going to say slightly more movement, but not really. They're both moving outside of their circle.
Well, they're both crab walking very badly, but they are both crab walking.
Tamarack's doing a slightly better job. They're finding their way to the center, whereas Tamarack actually took a step back there. Or sorry, Double Time took a step back there.
They are limping towards each other definitively. As you can tell, they are approaching it, and then each will hope to get the better exchange. Who's got more steerability of their weapon? I feel like Tamarack's harder to approach in this situation. Double Time's got to be precise.
Yeah, there's a much wider like hitbox on Tamarack.
And that's a nice shot from Tamarack. Did have its back open, but there's no hope of rushing forwards without that other side of drive. And I think Double Time deciding whether or not to take that shot on the wedge. Decides to take the shot on the wedge. Now it's upside down, and that could be a knockout.
Yeah, they'll likely get counted out here. I'm not sure if they can move outside of their starting circle here. Oh,
Tamarack kids, they're both still moving.
Yeah. But Double Time's not exactly showing aggression. They're not driving towards their opponent. Oh, now they got a handle on it.
Nice hit there. Double Time got in good position and got a hit off on Tamarack. Still showing control, even if it's limited. Tamarack, too, still choosing whether or not to engage. Goes for the hit right as the weapon spins down and follows
the
up.
The weapon on Tamarack's looking very strong compared to Double Time.
That's a good fight. This is an
Oh,
excellent
and the
fight.
backhand exposed, double time's able to get a hit.
Double time's working again. Tamarack now racking up the hits.
Yeah, back on their wheels. Double time has
The
no
weapon's
issues.
still working on Tamarack, though. Although the one remaining wheel's not looking too spicy.
And it goes off.
I think I might have remembered that. I want to say I called it, but I
Like
think I
having a bit of a
remembered.
celebration on the side there.
That's how you want to win a robot fighting match. Both drivers smiling, both teams smiling, everybody's smiling. That was an excellent fighting robot
Instant
match.
reaction from the driver of Double Time as well as the audience behind him when that wheel just kind of slowly rolls off into the just out of frame.
I tell you, it wouldn't bother me being either robot in that match. That was such a fun match and great driving on display, especially with the robots in limited functional states. There might be one more fight before we get the regular audio back. We'll see in a moment. I think that was the last audio-less match. I'm pretty sure we get it back here. But congratulations there to Double Time. Not too shabby from Tamarack. And that's a kit from Repeat Robotics.
Yep. It's pretty nasty.
Not bad.
I've lost many a wheel to that kit, both in Canada and outside of Canada.
Not bad at all.
I actually stole the weapon system, the hub for the motor, from it and put it in Ed.
They're great. They are great. Like, the kits are so good at getting you started because it forces you to learn all of the important stuff that you have to learn to do a custom thing anyway, except the very end stuff like 3D printing and or CADing and sending something off to get cut. Everything else you learn from the kits.
Well, here's the thing. With Ed, I had a pretty good chassis already, but I would have to spend time designing and manufacturing the hub. And I could
motor,
do
yeah.
all those things. I'm actually one of the few people who could because I have access to a lathe and I'm pretty good with CAD. But when it came to it at the end of the day, I can spend $35 and have this thing sent to me that was already proven and ready to go. So there's a huge opportunity to take the weapons, particularly from the kits, and then adapt them to your own designs. You can make a nice vertical spinner out of that hub, or you can do another horizontal with a different shaped blade.
It's been good sitting and talking with you guys, but thankfully we have restored the audio for the rest of the stream. So enjoy the rest of the stream as it was intended to be viewed.
I can hear the broom.
Cheers, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest.
Thanks for putting up with me, guys. Enjoy the show.
Trying to keep our brackets sorted here. Vortex and Telefrag are coming into the box now. These are 3-pound full combat bots. 530s and Rotovator, you guys are on deck in the sumo. Mini Vortex and Circuits after that. Check, check. All right, we got 2 robots in the box ready to go. In the red corner, we have Telefrag. And in the white corner is Vortex. Telefrag, are you ready? Vortex, are you ready? Fight, robots, fight. Telefrag going to work early here. Feel the impacts in your chest. What a serious hit. Is Telefrag dead? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Knockout! Took less than half the match to get a winner there. Telefrag is actually a 4.5-pound robot in the 3-pound class. Because it uses little walking legs, it gets an extra 1.5-pound weight bonus. Unfortunately, that also means that the drive mechanism is much more complicated and susceptible to failure, and I think that's what happened there. I forgot, we have new weight limit rules, so they actually get less, they only get a 25% weight bonus now. Still significant. Admin to the arena. All admin to the arena. If you're wearing a purple shirt, you need to come to the arena. Attention BotBrawl builders, if you guys are needing to charge your batteries or were needing to charge your batteries and couldn't, that's fine. We're going to be lenient with postponements, but please make sure your batteries are charging now that we have the new power drop set up. Okay, it's not set up yet, but wait for it to be and make sure your batteries are charged then. We're going to get things started back up with some sumo robots. We're going to do 5 30-pound robots versus a 150. We are BotBrawl. We are the biggest fighting robot competition in Canada. This is our second largest competition that we've ever held, if I recall correctly. Last year was our largest. Fortunately, we had a few robots drop out near the end this year. Robots compete in one of 2 of our arenas. We've got a sumo arena featuring a whole bunch of 30-pound and 150-pound robots whose goal is to push each other off of that wooden platform. We also have a double reinforced polycarbonate bulletproof box where our 1-pound and 3-pound classes compete with the goal of destroying each other before 3 minutes are up. If you want to participate, visit botbrawl.ca. Check out our Discord. Almost all of our builders are online in the Discord and are more than happy to point you in the right direction to get started yourself if you want to build one of these crazy contraptions. It's both cheaper than it looks and a bit more expensive than it looks. Once you get started, you have all the control systems, you have a really good basis, and the costs decrease from there. The cheapest I've ever competed at an event, it's about $150 that cost me between registration and spare parts. An amazing way to learn science, technology, engineering, and math. I am not an engineer, but because of BotBrawl, I know how to do programming. I know how to build stuff. I've had experience on a lathe and a mill. I don't do any of that stuff. I'm an announcer for hockey. If you guys want to get your hands dirty, BotBrawl is a great way to do it. I think our robots are ready to go here in the sumo arena. 530s, are you guys ready? And Rotovator, are you ready? Then we're gonna fight in 3, 2, 1, fight robots, fight. The 530-pound robots swarming the big 150. Out goes La Machine. Rotovator clawing back in. That rotating auger on the front doing a really good job picking up those small robots and pushing them away. Just sideswipes Ralph like he's nothing. So I was informed that technically the match is over at this point, but I'm not gonna stop him. And can Rotovator get that last robot out? It's like the big bear with a fly buzzing around his head. And Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom pushes out Rotovator, but the point goes to Rotovator. So the way the rules work, I was clarified after an earlier match, is 3 of the robots have to be pushed out, and then Rotovator wins. So it only has to take out 3 of the robots. So although that was very impressive, Jimmy Neutron, it does not count as a win. I'm sorry. Look, I'm not the one that made that rule, okay? All right, robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. And here we are again, Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom and 150-pound robot. For the record, Rotovator is going to walk away with the win. And this is just about cleaning up the trash. If it's possible, Jimmy Neutron with that big shove last time. Rotovator gets it. Max, Moya, and Yandere, you guys can start loading in. Are we going to do the sumos one more time? All right, one more time just for fun. Rotovator will get the win. Okay, sumos fighting in. Nope, never mind. All right. 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight. And the 530s managed to take the last point. Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom should just pack on like another 100 pounds. Never thought I'd say that. One more big round of applause for all of our 30-pound robots and Rotovator. From the biggest robots to the smallest, we have another super unique robot loaded into the white corner. This one is a crusher. So if you guys ever watched Robot Wars back in the day, you might remember the robot named Razor. This robot has an exactly similar design. Razor actually pioneered a lot of the cutting and crushing robot technology that we still see used. Its opponent is Max Moy. And it's got a big old spinning blade on the front. So Yandere is going to want to avoid that spinning blade and to crush into the robot's top armor. Looks like Max Moy wants an adjustment shove to put it into the corner a bit easier. This will be fun. Max Moy in the red corner, are you ready? Max Moy is ready. Yandere in the white corner, are you ready? Then we are fighting in. Fire robots fight. Yandere, a methodical approach. Trying to slam that weapon into the walls, then come down with that blade afterwards. And it may have already suffered damage to its left side drive. Yandere is smoking. Stop the match. We're going to pause the match. Just pause for a moment. It's still working. We're going to let him keep going. Okay, I'm going to unpause. Guys, stop moving. I'm going to unpause. Admin is going to be watching the pink robot very closely as there's already smoke coming out of it. A lot of times it's not the battery, it's the ESC, which is a speed controller inside the robot. So it could very well just be a tap out, tap out. Our winner is the blue robot, Max Moy. Yep, Yandere took that first hit right on its wheels. If you look at it up close, you can see it's got a nice little chunk taken out of the wedge. And a good job by Max Moy. Chloe to the admin table. Yeah, that smells like an ESC, not a battery. What do I... Lugtread and Homer, you guys are in the sumo box. Shadow and Pancake Flipper, you guys are coming up in the combat box. Just checking back in. We are waiting on Homer and Lugtread. And then Shadow and Pancake Flipper. Okay, I think we got sumo bots ready to go in the sumo box. Well, it's not really a box, it's a ring. We've got Homer, that's the white robot with the big forks on the front. Its opponent is Lug Tread, driven by our youngest driver here this weekend, I believe. Lug Tread, are you ready? Homer, are you ready? Then we are going to sumo in. 3, 2, 1, sumo. Lug Tread letting Homer come to him. Very strategic driving, waiting for Homer to make a mistake, and there it is. Lug Tread almost pushes Homer out. Good reaction from Homer. Turns it back around. Some nifty driving on display from both drivers. Homer saving it, and Lug Tread finding that perfect opportunity to shoot forwards. Robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo! Both robots trying to find an opening around that pole. You don't want to show them your sides. Homer trying to bait Lug Tread out, even though it had its corner kind of locked up on the pole. Gets around the side now. Good reaction from Lug Tread to turn into it. Now it's under Homer. A big shove from Lug Tread. And Homer goes out. We are tied at 1. The decider match, winner takes all. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. Lots of aggression from Homer this time. Lug Tread stands steady. Just about had Homer lined up. Nice maneuver from Homer. A big shove, and Lug Tread takes that one. The youngest driver pulls off a victory. Some really impressive driving. It's so easy to be too aggressive, but Lug Tread showing amazing patience in that fight. Dad builds the robot, son drives the robot. Good teamwork. Mini Vortex and Circuit Circus, you are 2 up in the Combat Rocks. Thanks to our sponsors, FingerTech Robotics. Visit fingertechrobotics.ca for all parts for your fighting robots. Polymaker, where you can get unique and custom designs cut. Some of you guys that do cosplays that have any kind of metal or serious cutting with plastic, you might want to check them out. And Repeat Robotics, supplying many of the weapons, motors, and drive motors and ESCs for our robots to function. Are also our brand new arena sponsored by MOG. They actually paid for half of 2 of arenas. So our next competition will have twice the fighting capacity. And of course, our thanks goes to AnimeNorth for hosting us. If you're wondering why we always vacuum and sweep after every match, it's because those spinning blades, whenever they touch the arena floor, they shoot up tons of chunks of wood. And it's very easy for robots to either suck them up into their own weapons. It's very easy for robots to get high-centered or suck up the chunks of wood into the robots. Mini Vortex loaded into the white corner. Circuit Circus loading in now. Get Dunked On and Beat It. I believe you guys are up next, followed by Shadow and a Pancake Flipper. I think we are all set here. Circuit Circus in the red corner, are you ready? Mini Vortex in the white corner, are you ready? Fight robots fight. Circuit Circus is spinning. I don't see the blade spinning on Mini Vortex. Circuit Circus is going to want to hit those wheels if possible. Maybe just being happy to make contact at all. Circuit Circus, one of the quieter robots. Quiet is actually good. It means you're being very efficient with your energy. You can tell there's still quite a bit of a punch in that blade, even if it's quiet. And those hits starting to pile up on Mini Vortex. Nice shot to the wheels there. There's always a small possibility that one of those thumps will get the weapon going. But so far, open season here for Circuit Circus at the halfway mark. Circuit Circus, not the easiest to drive robot. You put all that weight out front and it's kind of hard to keep it going straight. He keeps getting hits onto the wheels of Mini Vortex. Solid driving from Circuit Circus. If he can get a good bite on one of the wheels, might tear it off. You can tell Mini Vortex not only built to dish out hits, but absorb them, doing a good job of it here. And I think we finally took down one of the drive wheels. One of those hits disabled the right side drive on Mini Vortex. Circuit Circus wearing away at its opponent. That was a serious impact. Very methodical driving here. Circuit Circus does not want to smash into the wall if it can avoid it. And that's the match. It will go to a judge's decision, but I have a feeling I know who won that. Our judges are deliberating. They decide based on damage, aggression, and control. So which robot is less broken? Your winner is Circuit Circus. Get dunked on and beat it. You are two in the box. Shadow and Pancake Flipper on deck. "10 years from now, someone's going to think of a way to sweep arenas faster and easier, and we're all going to feel stupid." Attention BotBrawl builders, we have restored power to the pits. Please make sure your robot's batteries are charging. Loading into the arena now, Get Dunked On. Get Dunked On features an overhead spinning blade designed to lower down and smash into the top of the opponent. It can also work pretty good sticking out the back just as a regular vertical spinner. We saw one other robot use that weapon like that today. Get Dunked On making a last second control adjustment, it looks like. Our builders work sometimes for months on these, designing them, redesigning them, building them, rebuilding them, getting them to function the way that they want. And then you put it into a box and it might get torn up in 20 or 30 seconds. So you want to make sure the robot's working the way you want it to. Get Dunked On struggling with a drive side, it looks like. The driver of Get Dunked On faces a choice. Does he have our robot referee stick his robot in the corner and try to make it through a match on one side of drive? Or does he use a postponement, which he doesn't have? So we're being nice, and we're going to give another 30 seconds or so for him to get his robot working the way he wants. He does not have a postponement left, so he's going to have to take the fight or take a loss. Ten-second warning. Ten seconds is up. So it looks like we're gonna stick him in the corner. Nice. I'll tell you, it's not a great sign when your robot already isn't working before the match has started, but it's in the arena. It's got a couple working things on it. Maybe that's enough. Okay, in the red corner we have a Beat It. Beat It, are you ready? Beat It is ready. Get Dunked On, are you ready? Then we are fighting in 3, 2, 1. So apparently, the driver of Get Dunked On has his drive and his weapon switched, so very difficult to drive. Good shots there from Beat It so far. Arm still working on Get Dunked On. You never know. You might be able to make something happen, smashing that down into the weapon. Piece of armor coming off the side to Get Dunked On. Wheels flying off. It's okay, he wasn't using that one anyways. We may have a stuck. Stuck. Pause the match. And it looks like the belt of Get Dunked On might be in the weapon. No, yeah, that's, yep. Sometimes you get lucky and it just comes out. Fight robots fight. Get Dunked On still alive. Beat It, looking to see if that weapon will spin back up. There it goes. Can he get one more decisive hit here on Get Dunked On? Once again. We pause. A bigger hit. Okay, our arena clock isn't working, guys. There's 1:05 left on the clock, okay? 1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. One minute left in this match. We are going to count out Get Dunked On. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Beat It. It could have gone a lot worse for Get Dunked On. He definitely made a match out of it. Not enough to Beat It. Very well built robot. Shadow and Pancake Flipper are on deck. Experimental 150 and KFC Buffet, you are on deck. Shadow and Pancake Flipper. Get in the box. Shadow is a white corner. Both of these robots have very similar designs. At the front of each robot is a beater bar. So rather than having like teeth or having a saw, these things are kind of just like big rectangles that spin really, really fast. So rather than cutting into the opponent, the idea is whack them really, really hard and send them flying. A lot of times a beater bar versus beater bar matchup sends robots into the ceiling. If one of them ends up upside down and then smashes into the other one that's upside right, the two weapons will be going opposite direction, and that can make for any seriously spectacular collision. In the red corner, we have Pancake Flipper. Pancake Flipper, are you ready? Pancake Flipper's ready. And in the white corner, we have Shadow. Shadow is not ready. We're going to give him a second. Shadow is ready. Fight, robots, fight. And there it is, upside down. Can it still, its wheels still touch the ground? Nice hit there. And it's upside down. We're going to count it out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Shadow. Pancake Flipper, you guys need bigger wheels. Half an inch bigger and it'd still be driving right now. Sumos are up next. Experimental 150 is taking on KFC Buffet. A robot with an entire KFC buffet strapped to its top. Experimental 150 is a multi-time sumo champion. That's the robot with the two big forks on the front. The last second adjustment to the chicken. And I think it's fried. Chicken buffet KFC styles. Are you ready? Experimental 150, are you ready? Then we are sumoing in 3, 2, 1, sumo. They're able to engage right across that giant pole in the middle. Wait a minute. Did it just drive over the pole? And Experimental 150 is out. Yeah, the outside ring counts as out. I didn't even notice that in KFC Buffet's first match, that it can drive clean over the pole. First time I've seen that. That is crazy. There's no pole for that robot. So a lot of robots will try to hide and kind of play little mind games around the pole. You can't do that against this one. Our robots are set, fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. KFC Chicken Buffet maneuvering around the pole and goes out. See, he should have got the half bucket. The full bucket makes it too top heavy. Gotta go with the half bucket. So our score is even up here. This is the decider. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, a sumo. And it just charges right at it. Experimental 150 has to turn. Still not out. And out she goes. Your winner is Experimental 150. Perry and Lugtread, you are up next. And then we have Redacted and Thunderbird. So Redacted and Thunderbird, you guys are due up in the combat box. We'll get some more sumo action right away. We've got Perry, the platypus, taking on our youngest driver in the Lugtread. Platypus. Perry the platypus. Are you ready? The platypus is ready. Lugtread, are you ready? Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. Lugtread is shown to be a very methodical driver. Perry, the knocked out robot. Still 2 more chances for the platypus to make a comeback here. Lugtread continuing to be decisively methodical in his driving. Robots are set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. And Perry is slippery and slidey, just like a real platypus, slides right out of the arena. We'll have them go one more time just for fun, as Lugtread will walk away with the win. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. Good job by Lugtread locking up on that center pole. Perry has a bit of leverage getting underneath though. Lugtread doing a good job using that pole. Nice maneuvering from Perry. And Lugtread with the clean sweep. Let's hear it for our youngest driver. Perry the Platypus has looked better each match as its driver gets a handle on that really slippery control system. Another one of our young competitors here over in the white corner. You are looking at Redacted. And in the red corner, we have Thunderbird. Thunderbird, are you ready? Thunderbird's ready. Redacted, are you ready? Then we're starting in. Fight Robots Fight. Both robots capable of getting under the other depending on the contact angle. Nice shot. That was a really hard impact. So was that one. Impressive by both robots to still be working after all that. Although for how long? Pause the match. Your winner is Thunderbird. We're keeping a close eye on this white robot. That was a heck of a fight. So Thunderbird walking away with the victory. Redacted doesn't look in that bad a shape. You gotta hope that whatever was smoking up inside there isn't too bad, or at least replaceable. Tankenstein and Resurrected over on the sumo box, and then Snap and Royal Reaper next up in the combat box. 150s look like they're just about ready to go. We have a special filtration system on our brand new arena sponsored by MOG that helps keep us all safe. Takes all of that horrible smoke and pumps it through a special filter. I think our 150-pound robots are both ready to go. We've got Tankenstein taking on Resurrected. Tankenstein, the one with the giant treads on it. Tankenstein, are you ready? Resurrected, are you ready? Then we're going in 3, 2, 1, fight robots, fight. Tankenstein with some upgrades since the last time I saw it. Good driving. Tankenstein shoving the opponent out. Tankenstein up 1-0 on Resurrected. Resurrected is not looking too good. I gotta say, it's kind of like wobbly. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. You can can see the design of Resurrected is made to wrap around that pole just like that. And Tangenstein might just try and break the opponent. Won't be the first person to attempt that on Resurrected. We'll see if those lifting rams can do anything. You can see that wedge lifting up on the front of Tangenstein. And it's prying that robot a bit. All I want to see is that wood break. I want to see this robot split in half. Tangenstein is just going to try and smash it into the pole. And I don't know about you, but when a 150-pound tank starts smashing me into a pole, I don't feel too good. Oh, Tangenstein, what have you done? And the whole arena is shifting from these guys smashing into each other. So Tangenstein loses the second one. We're all tied up in one. Robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. And that will count it as an out. Your winner is Tangenstein. We are BotBrawl.ca. We are Canada's largest fighting robot club. Categories include 1 pound and 3 pound full combat robots and 30 pound and 150 pound sumo robots. It's really easy to get involved. Go to our website, click on our Discord, and our builders are more than happy to point you in the right direction to get you started. Some of our robots are built out of wood and bits of scrap. Others are highly engineered pieces of machines. My favorite thing to do is build a robot out of a pile of nothing and then beat one of those highly engineered machines. So I actually won a competition about 7 years ago, back when I was still competing, with a robot built out of a cutting board. So if you are on the fence about getting involved yourself, you absolutely can do it. One of the funner things in life, I find, is fighting robots. Snap, loading into the arena. Snap features a grabbing arm designed to carry the other robots around, smash them into the walls. Snap is in the white corner. The opponent, another one of our younger builders, is Royal Reaper. If we're lucky, we'll get a suplex out of Snap this match. If Snap's not lucky, then that whole arm's gonna get sliced off by that spinning blade. Royal Reaper had a match earlier today. You can see some spots on the robot that were where it was repaired. Looks like Royal Reaper needs a helping hand to get into its starting corner, so we're gonna poke it with a stick. These are 1 pound fighting robots here at BotBrawl AnimeNorth. In the white corner we have Snap. Snap, are you ready? And in the red corner we have Royal Reaper. Are you ready? Then we are fighting in 3, 2, 1. Big opening shot. That weapon's definitely working good on Royal Reaper. Snap's gonna have to be careful in its approaches. See Snap trying to get underneath and get that grab in. Snap isn't going to want to... Oh, never mind. The arm is gone. Snap has lost its grabbing arm to that last exchange. Wow. Solid driving from Snap to avoid the weapon, mainly just trying to get the sides. Royal Reaper, we need motion. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Snap! Great match, excellent driving from Snap. Royal Reaper managing to do some serious damage. Back when I first started, all I wanted it to do was break another robot. So you gotta take that as the victory. If you're the spinning robot, you broke something. That's all you really want. The Spatula and Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom are due up next. G-Bot and Black Widow are on deck. And then Wheelie Big Dealy and Orders from the House. And you're gonna wanna stick around for that one. The Spatula and Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom due up in the sumo box.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are lining up another robot battle for you. These are two 30-pound robots over in our sumo arena. I would recommend moving the pool noodles, as it might cost you the match. All right, the cameras are rolling and the robots are ready to rumble. We're going to take the best 2 out of 3. Our multicolored motley robot is Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. Facing off against Industrial Accident, the robot with the noodle. I was gonna make a joke about it being the nightmare of all celiac people, but we'll just go to the robot fighting. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, fight robots, fight. Jimmy's mom trying to use that pole to its advantage, trying to find a purchase point on Industrial Accident, and it is just open night on the pancake flips. Very well handled. First point certainly goes to Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. Roboteers, are you ready? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, fight robots, fight. Let's see if Industrial Accident can put that pool noodle to its advantage. Interesting. I need a show of hands. Who thinks Industrial Accident hit first? That's all. That's y'all. You guys. You're watching. You're close. Paige. You touch first? All right. Jimmy Neutron says, I touched first. It was me. Which means this point will go to Industrial Accident. Ladies and gentlemen, I have stickers. Stickers, stickers, stickers. We are BotBrawl, and if you want to check us out, if you want to join in and build a robot for our next competition, put your hand up when I'm done. I'll hand you a sticker. You go to the website. You have enough. On the count of 3, Roboteers. 1, 2, 3, fight robots, fight. Round and round we go. Industrial Accident's playing a dangerous game, skirting on the outside of the arena. Jimmy O! And there you have it. Winner of this round, Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. All right, with the point decided, if you want a sticker, put your hands up. Who's gonna hand out stickers? All right, these guys are gonna fight just for fun, because why not? On the count of 2, 1, 2, fight. Ooh, we got some acrobatics. I'm thinking Industrial Accident's rolling a nat 20 on the acrobatics there. So if you're out in the crowd watching this thinking, hey, that's really cool, I challenge you to join us next year or in our next event, which is in a couple months, maybe August, end of August, out in Kitchener. I'd love to see more anime-themed robots. I mean, there's a whole genre to pick from. All right. One more, I'm gonna line up the next fight. We're going to switch over to the combat box after this roundup. We have got 2 robots loading in, 2 3-pound robots. And in the combat box, we have two 3-pound robots. In the white corner, we have Willie Big Dealy. All right, that's a mouthful. I'm not saying that the whole time. And in the red corner, we have Orders from the House. Red corner, are you ready? Red is ready. White, are you ready? All right, both robots getting their weapons spun up. The vertical weapon is ready to rock and roll. And the first two draw blood in the horizontal. Willie Big Wheelie, and he's taking a wheel with him. We're gonna have to clean up the arena after that. Prime opportunity, come on, Willie Big Deal, can you strike? All right, he's back on his feet, and he's ready to rock and roll. The weapon is back up to speed. Let's see what this next engagement gives us. I have never seen that approach before. Looks like Orders from the House is catching on the arena and doing some fairly acrobatic attack maneuvers here. But he's definitely going for the wheels. That much is apparent. And there's some gyroscopic force coming off Willie Big Deal's horizontal bar spinner. I've never seen a robot vault over another one quite like this before. But the engagements are good. None of the damage entirely fatal. Willie Big Deal still fighting. Orders from the House taking abuse. Both weapons still at max speed. Is that the deciding factor? No, Willie Big Deal still going. Oh, there goes one more wheel. Really Big Deal seems like it still has some. Oh, okay. And there we have it. Wheelie Big Deal. Wheel over. Winner by knockout is going to Orders from the House.
Moving over to the sumo arena. It's our big 10-foot diameter platform that we have these 150-pound robots fighting on. We have Beast of Burden, the big silver thing with teeth. And on the other side loading in right now, we have Ratatouille. Beast of Burden with the red eyes glaring at you the whole time. That thing is terrifying. Robots are squaring up. Beast of Burden, are you ready? Ratatouille, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1, fight, robots, fight. Ratatouille climbing up on top of Beast of Burden. Beast of Burden trying to lift it off the ground. Doing so successfully. But can he get him out of the arena? How high does that thing go? Ah. All right, now we go. Beast of Burden pushing Ratatouille out for the first win of 3. This is a best of 3 format. We'll get these robots torn apart, and then Ratatouille will try to win its first one to go for a tiebreaker. Yeah, we don't need that piece. So Beast of Burden doubles as both a wedge bot and a mouth bot. Are the robots ready? We're gonna start like this. We start in 3, 2, 1, fight, robots, fight. Oh, Beast of Burden trying to go around that pole quickly. With no luck, mouth open to start. He's gonna try to crunch down on top. Ratatouille trying to get spun around. Beast of Burden just pushing Ratatouille off the platform. Oh, go for the crunch on the electronics. So Beast of Burden officially coming away with the win on this, winning 2 out of 3 matches. Ratatouille, are we good for another match? We can do a third just for fun. Yeah, we'll do a third match just for fun. These things are a lot of fun to drive. You never know what's going to happen. Except you do know that EXP 150 is going to win. Is Ratatouille able to drive? All right, maybe we can't turn, but we can go forwards. In 3, 2, 1, fight, robots, fight. Yeah, we can go forwards. Oh, the slow lift. Is Beast of Burden gonna go for a flip? A full flip. Can he do it? Yeah, here you go, take your robot. Congratulations to Beast of Burden. We will be going over to the combat box.
Loading to arena, we have Anubis. And loading into the white corner, we have Ipsady.
right, everybody. These two robots are like kind of like two of the top 4 scary robots probably that we have, maybe top 5. It's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really loud. I think once they start, the crowd's probably gonna get way bigger. It's kind of something that happens. So we got 2 black robots, but they got different weapon styles. We've got Ipsaidi, who's a horizontal, and then we've got Anubis, who's a vertical beater bar. Are drivers ready? Starting this match in 3, 2, oh, it's good. We're approaching the center. Let's see. Told you, it's gonna be good. Oh, huge hit, sending both of them to either side. Both robots still fully functional. I'm saying he's doing a little bit of a gyro dance, but he'll select himself and come back to the center ready to hit again. Music is driving is a little stunted on one side, and his weapon's been bent up. He's not going to be very good at deflecting the weapon at the city. But both weapons, I think so both weapons. I think the weapon on Anubis is running well, but the drivetrain's not so good. The drivetrain on its city is well, but it is also hung up on its own weapon. It looks like the shaft is just lodged and gone down. I don't know if that's going to ever come back. But Anubis is doing their best crowd walking impression, trying to get a hit on anything on its city. But City having the movement advantage is meaning that it's not able to, it's trying not to get caught, but at the same time, it has to do some damage to win the match. And there we go, it paid off. Anubis is able to get a good hit. The City is trying to get around the back end, but also it's kind of hung up on their own weapon and stopping them up. Anubis has bullied the Sadie into the corner. I'm sure a hit's going to be incoming. Oh, we are initiating a pin. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Robots release. So Sadie's got a moment to get away, but they're showing their backside. They're having a hard time because they're stuck on their own weapon shaft. Anubis is waiting till they vibrate to the right side, and then they might go forward. The Sadie's not moving, oh, it's moving again. Sadie's got good mobility now. It's going to be obviously they're hoping to get some control points by pinning Anubis, and then even sending their own Anubis' weapon into the wall. But Anubis is doing a really good job at keeping the weapons moving well. Yeah, 30 seconds left in the match. And both robots have made their way over to the other corner now. We'll see how this plays out. Oh, they're kind of caught on themselves here. That's okay. They have some time if they get stuck, but I think they're close enough to the end of the match. All right, the match is over, and hey judges, hey new judges, this is up to you guys. So damage-wise, Anubis has a really messed up wedge. It really wasn't able to wedge underneath anything. And they got half their drivetrain knocked out. But by comparison, Ipsaidi had their whole weapon shaft get dislodged. They did have a working drivetrain, although their weapon shaft kind of hindered its ability to drive at certain points. So it's up to the judges now to decide which way this match goes. While they deliberate, I'd like you guys to focus your attention over to our sumo arena, where we have 2 150-pound sumo robots getting ready to go in a best-of-3 match. So the two robots are resurrected. It is the lower yellow robot. It's called resurrected because it used to be a kit of parts from the first robotics challenge, and now it has new life as a 150-pound sumo. The big crazy one with the teeth is called Beast of Burden. And I think it also got resurrected. 20 years ago, Beast of Burden was a sumo robot. It probably competed at OCAD back in the infancy of robot combat. I do have an announcement on the last match. The winner of that last match was Anubis, the beater bar. Okay, sumo bots, are you both ready? You don't have to do that. Okay, both drivers of the sumos are ready. We're gonna start the first round in 3, 2, 1, go. Resurrected chose to not get resurrected. Okay, he's not working. We'll let him go back on. Lost the first round. Let's see. Hey, that looks like it's working to me. I don't know what's up. Oh, the strategy didn't work. Okay. All right. Well, Jason's mixing it up. He's going to open his mouth. I don't know if that's like, oh, he's closing it. Never mind. Okay. Both drivers ready? We're going to wait to close the mouth. Okay. Robots go in 3, 2, 1, fight. And our winner is Beast of Burden, the crazy mouth robot from 20 years ago. We will go for another one. We're gonna go just for funsies. Robots fight in 3, 2, 1, go. This one's going a lot longer. Oh, this is Resurrected's opening. These are like the loudest things in the building right now. Clank, clank, clank. Oh, almost had him. That's a pretty good position for Resurrected, but oh, I didn't see. Resurrection has like some little hooks so it can grab onto that pole and swing around. Oh. I think the power switch actually got turned off on Resurrection. That was the best showing they had, and that darn power button. Maybe you should put a guard on that.
TS-47 and Sashimi on deck.
Talk like this.
But you gotta talk like this.
I'm sorry, I'm new. Next up, we have TS-247 and Sashimi. Are you guys by the box? They are not by the box. Okay, TS-247 is postponing. Next up, we have Whammo Can and Driveway Hero in the Sumo Arena along with Ralph. These 150 pounds gotta go away. Sorry guys, I know you wanna eat them. Sorry, I want to fix my mistake. It's Sashimi that's postponing. let's get Whammo Can, Driveway Hero, and Ralph into the sumo arena, please. We're just giving the arena a sweep. These larger, sharp robots are making a mess. Okay, we got Beast of Burden kind of showing off here, picking up Resurrected and showing them off to all of you. It's actually pretty impressive. I don't know if it's more impressive with how light Resurrection is or how much Beast of Burden can lift. I don't know what he's doing, but I think he just wants to just show it off. Beast of Burden playing with his food here. Okay, 150s, please stop playing with your food. And let's get the sumos in here that I gotta fight. All right. So. So Ralph is trying to be like, hey, get out of my sumo arena. It's my time. Okay. Oh, look at those handles on Beast of Burden. Someone was thinking. Okay, so now we're on to an actual match. We've got 3 robots, but there are actually 2 robots. That is because Driveway Hero, the one with the shovel, and Whammo Can, the Ammo Can, are a cluster bot. They are both around half. I think they're exactly half. And so, because this is a 30-pound weight class, they are both 15 pounds, and they are allowed to run that way. Now, Ralph is just 30 pounds, but he has to divide his attention between the 2 of them. But Ralph is ready. He's okay. He's like fresh back from California. Just, is the best 30-pound sportsman in the world right now. He's not worried about Whammo Can Driveway Hero. All right, looks like they're ready. Both bots ready? Three bots ready? All good? Okay, we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that was disrespectful. Okay, easy for Ralph to get those 2 out. Driveway here did a really good job getting around there. He just wasn't able to capitalize. Because he's a lot lighter, it's harder for him to push. But if he gets the right angle, the weight of Ralph sitting on the shovel can actually transfer traction into its wheels. And the wheels on Driveway here are super sticky, so that helps a lot. Robots are set up again. We're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, fight. Same strategy as before. Ralph gets preoccupied with Whammo Can. Driveway Hero tried to get around the backside, but it didn't quite work out. And now it's a 1v1 against Ralph. Oh, this is a great spot. They gotta be very careful. Yes, And Ralph is down 1. So we go to a third match. This is going to be the deciding match. What happened, Ralph? You were doing so well. And the driver is you know, just reminding the robot, do robot things, be good robot. Okay, looks like the Whammo Can and Driveway Hero are adjusting their location, maybe adjusting their strategy. Whammo Can's been placed further away, maybe because it saw that it was the target in earlier matches. Let's start this in 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, they did like a reversal. They like swapped places right away. Ah, and Ralph goes for the win. He's gonna do a little victory dance, pop a few flips, spin around for everybody. All right, our series winner is Ralph. And now here we are again. If everyone wants to shift over, we're gonna go back to the combat arena where we have Onslaught and Death Muncher. So Onslaught's the red and black robot, and then Death Muncher is the black and orange robot. Again, these are two different weapon types. We have a vertical spinner versus a horizontal, so it's always going to be a lot of big hits, and they're going to go in different directions. How are the drivers? Hey, Matt. Hey, Matt. Onslaught, Matt, stop talking to the audience. In the red corner, we have Death Muncher. And in the white corner, we have Onslaught. White team, are you ready? Red team, you ready? All right, let's start this. Upside down now, and they're going to try to run into the wall, get a little bit of gyro dancing going, so maybe they can get themselves started back on their wheels. But honestly, Death Muncher's weapons down. They can just hit them. Perfect. Back on their wheels, Onslaught has it. Is totally okay, weapons fine. He's getting a little gutsy. I think I heard that weapon spin up even faster. Oh, he's spinning back down. He's being conservative. Death Muncher's weapon is back. Now, will it be back after that hit? I think I see some bolts loose in the weapon hub of Death Muncher. Although it's still attached, and there is a belt there. I saw a few spins. Oh, and there goes the wheel of Death Muncher. Death Muncher's counting out. Okay, tap out from Death Muncher. You know what? Down a weapon, down a wheel. Can't go wrong with that. Let's thank them. Okay, those robots made a bit of a mess. We're gonna get Onslaught out of here. Can Onslaught drive towards the... Yep, perfect, thank you. All right, guys, I need you guys to stick around, because once we get these robots out, we're gonna have Yandere and Tamarack. You guys make your way over to the field. Yandere and Tamarack. Okay, so we have Tamarack here, field side, but Yandere is only tightening some screws. So we might put them on a timer They are tightening a wheel. We want to make sure they have both wheels. We're going to start the timer. They're going to get a 3-minute timer is starting. Now, if they don't come back by 3 minutes, they will automatically lose. They do have the option to use a postponement, but it sounds like they're very close to being complete. In the meantime, Ravi, our president at BotBrawl, will be cleaning up the arena. It's kind of gross. Those other robots made a big mess. There's like a wheel, a bunch of foam. All right, so we have our robots. They made it with a minute to spare. Already loaded into the box is Yandere, the grabber piercing robot. It's got a really cool winch on it that actually is able to pierce most top armors on this weight class. In the white corner, we've got Tamarack, a very dangerous horizontal spinner that has killed my robot many, many times. Red corner, are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. White corner, Tamarack, you're ready? Both robots are ready. Let's get this match started. And right off the bat, Tamarack speeds out, but doesn't spin up their weapon till the last minute. Oh, and right away, actually gets an awesome hit on Yandere. We're going to start counting down Yandere. They are touring the Pasete. They're on 7 seconds before the move. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's a knockout. Technical knockout from Tamarack. One hit was all it took. That's a tough loss for Yandere. They didn't get too much of a chance. It's one of the coolest robots here. It's actually has not only a winch to break it, to bring the arm down, but also a release mechanism because they were too good at grabbing on to their opponents that we actually had to stop the matches multiple times, break them apart because it wasn't able to release itself. So there's actually two awesome mechanisms on Yandere. We are going to move over to the sumo arena where we have two 150-pound robots, two very unique robots, actually. So we've got Tankenstein, named after its tank treads, with a cool new linear actuator ram that I haven't seen before. So let's see how it goes. And then we've got KFC Buffet, which is maybe one of the oddest robots. If anyone's hungry, maybe after the match you can grab some KFC chicken from the top. All right, both robots are ready. Starting in 3, 2, 1, fight. So, KFC Buffet is pretty cool. It's kind of weird and tall, but that's because if you saw there, it kind of like phased through space and time and drove right through that pole. It's actually got a totally hollow middle. Oh, and Tankenstein gets knocked out. The pole in the middle of the sumo arena is intended so that you can't get what's called a box rush, which is when you line up and go full speed and just send it. But KFC Buffet has gotten around that by going for a really weird tall design with no center. So we're gonna have these guys go again. Let's see if it works this time. In 3, 2, 1, fight. Oh, we're going a little slower this time. Oh, it almost worked. And Tankenstein touches the floor first. That was pretty close. So the win goes to KFC Buffet, but in the tradition of sportsmanship, we always go for 3 rounds anyways, just for the audience and for funsies. You know, this is fun. We like to do this. We don't only do it about 3 times a year, so we want to get our playtime with our robot friends. All right, robots are getting set up. Okay, we'll go again. In 3, 2, 1, fight. And the straight box rush wins. That's okay. Maybe we gotta make that pole taller next year. All right. So last year we thought it would be a good idea to put like a little flashing light on the pole. Not a good idea. The robots are evolving. So next up, we are going to have 2 ant weights. We're going to have O Invincible and Pistol Shrimp in the combat arena. O Invincible and Pistol Shrimp. Both robots are field side. They're just going to load up. So these are also 2 different robots. I don't think we've seen quite this style in the last little bit. We have Pistol Shrimp, which is an overhead hammer saw. So it's got a pretty strong drivetrain, but also it's got an arm with a small diameter spinning weapon. It's lightweight, so it doesn't do a ton of damage, but it's not about how much damage, it's about where the damage is. A lot of robots have saved weight by having lightweight top armor, and Pistol Shrimp's looking to exploit that by hitting them from above. We kind of call them death from above robots. We're just confirming everything works on Pistol Shrimp. They can go over to their corner. They are in the red corner. Perfect. And we got O Invincible loading up. They are a vertical spinner, and we've seen a few vertical spinners, but they've got 4-wheel drive. So they might have a slightly smaller weapon, but they've got better control. Both of these robots have 4-wheel drive, so they'll be able to maneuver quite well. But 4 wheels also means there's 4 wheels to break. Red driver, are you ready? Red driver, you ready? White driver, ready? Okay, we'll get started then. Second one. Oh. So Pistol Shrimp got 1 belt right off. Good snipe shot. And it looks like part of the top armor has dislodged too, but there's no exposed electronics. It looks like it's still kept together. Pistol Shrimp is on their back and able to self-right. They actually get hit by O Invincible. And both robots have pretty good forks, so they're able to push each other around and lock onto each other. Pistol Shrimp's weapon's not driving. I see some ESC wires coming out of the arm, so I don't think it's going to come back. O Invincible is fully functional, but a little bit bent down and out of shape, but it looks like the forks on Pistol Shrimp are able to keep it at bay. The weapon is pretty small in diameter, so it doesn't have a ton of reach. They really have to take advantage of the drivetrain and get a good position. Now, O Invincible did have a weapon belt break, or get sniped by Pistol Shrimp, but luckily it had 2, so it does still have a fully functional weapon. Pistol Shrimp, though, is able to pin it into the corner. The pin can last up to 10 seconds. and he's getting a few hammers in there. His weapon not spun, but at least able to show that he is being aggressive. Oh, Invincible really not able to get around the back of him, but maybe this is an opening here where Pistol Shrimp is launched sideways across the field. Even with while being stuck, it seems like Invincible is not able to get there, and actually their left side drive seems to be down. They're doing a little bit of a crab walk. So here we have Pistol Shrimp with a fully working drivetrain and no spinning weapon. They've got a little wacky arm. But Invincible's got a fully functional spinning weapon, but half a drivetrain. We've got another pin initiated by Pistol Shrimp. They've released their pin, and it looks like the second belt on Invincible has come dislodged. So now they are just a drivetrain, but not only that, one of the wheels seems to have come off, so they're down a wheel. They have 4, so, you know, just 3 out of 4 ain't bad, but their weapon is totally off right now. We got 18 seconds left in this match, so it'd be a good time to be aggressive, but it is not going well for Invincible. It gets counted out. Almost able to go the full time. We were 10 seconds short. And both robots are going to come out here. They're getting locked out. But definitively, our winner is the blue robot, Pistol Shrimp. Congratulations to Pistol Shrimp from the University of Toronto. If you are at University of Toronto, maybe you should check out their combat robotics team. It's pretty good.
Our thanks to our sponsors, Polymaker, Repeat Robotics, FigureTech Robotics, and MOG, our new arena sponsor. If you've never seen fighting robots before, we are BotBrawl. We take 2 robots, we put them in a bulletproof box, and we emerge with less than 2 robots, ideally. We have 4 weight classes, 1 pound and 3 pound full combat robots that fight in our bulletproof box, as well as 30 pound and 150 pound sumo robots. Robots use a variety of weaponry, typically storing a whole bunch of kinetic energy in a spinning weapon and then smashing it into the opponent. We also see saws, grabbers, flippers, full body spinners where the whole robot just spins. The age range of our competitors ranges from 8. The oldest competitor we ever had was 80. Combat robots, truly the great equalizer. Technology, the ultimate determination of might between minds. Who can put together the better robot? Which design is better? We're gonna find out right now. In the white corner, we've got TS-247. TS-247, are you ready? And in the red corner, we have Sashimi. Sashimi, are you ready? Then we are going to fight in Fight Robots Fight. These are 1 pound robots, but they pack a punch even if they're small. Giant saw on the front of Sashimi. Spinning drum on the front of TS-247. Nice shot from TS-247. Sashimi trying to recover. May have lost its weapon. Comes back to life. beater bar on the front of TS247, dishing out the big hits. Pieces of the armor coming off. That one right next to the wheel. The hum of that blade on the front of TS247. A haunting reminder of what it can do to your robot at any given second. Pieces and bits coming off of sashimi every time they come together now. Every one of those little notches in the armor gives something else for that beater bar to bite onto. And the weapon is down on TS247. Looks like the belt may have popped off. 70 seconds left in the match. And it's going to be a driver's war from here. Robots are going to try to shove each other, show aggression. Sashimi could get lucky and have that weapon restart as well. We don't know why it's not working. Final 30 seconds of the match. Judges' decision seeming likely. And they might have their work cut out for them here. Both robots down their main weapon, but have maintained both of their drive wheels. That'll do it for that match. Let's hear it for both our robots. So the judges are going to decide our winner based on the amount of damage done, control, and aggression shown. And that's a tough one. Certainly some big damage done to the armor of Sashimi, but how much will that factor in? That armor is kind of designed to flake away and break away, rather than the robot's insides. TS247, meanwhile, doesn't really look that much worse for wear. It's just lost the belt on its weapon. Good match from both drivers. The 1 pound class just wouldn't be the same without a big saw in it. And TS247 has looked stronger and stronger each competition as well. Judges are deliberating. While they do that, Mighty Mouse and Popoff, you guys are on deck. G-Bot and Black Widow are after that. Over in the sumo box, Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom and Whammo-Can and Driveway Hero, you guys are up after the next couple combat matches. This might be our closest match of the weekend. I have not seen the judges actually take time to deliberate for any match so far. This is a good one to try and think about. They might be asking for a mobility test. Is that what's happening? So I believe the way we do it is they're both allowed to show mobility. They don't have to, but they're allowed to. The judges are requesting TS-247, I believe. Yeah, both the robots working. They may have been trying to see if they were weakened in their drive. Sometimes those gears inside can strip. Again, Mighty Mouse and Pop-Off, you guys make sure you're ready to go. You can start loading in. One of the tiniest robots here. Our winner from the last match is TS-247. That is a big win. I think this is their 4th competition. And they've improved every single time. Mighty Mouse in the white corner, Pop-Off in the red. So Mighty Mouse is here. We also have a robot in this weight class called Smirking Cat Sawbot. So we got a cat and a mouse. Got to see if we can get them in the brackets against each other. Driver's going through some last second checks, making sure everything's working. Mighty Mouse is in the white corner. Loading in now is Pop-Off. This is the smallest robot here, I think, by quite a bit. But small does not dictate strength. And this robot is a beast. I'm starting to notice a trend this year at AnimeNorth is lots of the robots have tails now. I don't know if you've noticed that. Alrighty. Mighty Mouse in the white corner, are you ready? Pop-Off in the red corner, are you ready? We're starting in. Pop-Off with that spinning blade. Mighty Mouse has its own. And Mighty Mouse back on its feet. Off goes one of the googly eyes. The other one is Googled. And the tail is gone. Mighty Mouse is stuck. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Pop-Off. A decisive victory. G-Bot and Black Widow, you guys are up in the box now. Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mob and Whammo Cannon Driveway Hero, get ready over in the sumos. Entropy and TT, you guys should be standing by as well. Thanks to our sponsors, Repeat Robotics, AnimeNorth, Polymaker, Fingertech Robotics, and MOG, our new arena sponsor. Visit botbrawl.ca and check out the Discord. Our builders are all on. Our online Discord community has like, I don't even know, 500 or 600 people in it at this point. Builders are happy to point you in the right direction and get you started building your own fighting robots. Loading in. Black Widow. Entering the arena is G-Bot. Two very young drivers here. Gonna go head to head. You can pick up a robot similar to G-Bot at fingertechrobotics.ca, one of our sponsors. They actually sell complete kit robots so you can get started. G-Bot was heavily modified before. It looks like he's had to do some repairs and slap on that wedge attachment. And it looks like we are ready to go. G-Bot, are you ready? Black Widow, are you ready? Fans, let's make some noise for our two young competitors here. Fight robots, fight! A big opening slam from Black Widow. G-Bot up against the outside of the arena, trying to get back on its feet. Can't quite manage it. Black Widow is sitting back, waiting to see how to handle the situation. G-Bot just about back on its feet. Now I think, can G-Bot move? Looks like it can. The wheels are still spinning. We're gonna count it out. 10. Oh, there it goes. Just can't seem to get it back over. Not quite enough momentum. Solid driving from G-Bot. But now we've learned. Already almost got it twice. Black Widow sitting back, not going to do good on aggression with that, but also not really suffering too much, as it's not like its opponent can be aggressive in return. Good shot there from Black Widow. Did manage to right G-Bot with that impact though. Nice flip from G-Bot. Managing to slip under the weapon there. Black Widow spun that weapon up a little bit extra. Big flip from G-Bot. "60 seconds left in this match. Another big hit from Black Widow. 30 seconds remaining.
Widow's now upside down. G-Bot closes the distance. Black Widow back on its feet. Off comes a wheel. Tap out, tap out. Your winner is Black Widow. That was some excellent driving from G-Bot. Really, really made Black Widow work for that one. Flipped Black Widow over multiple times. Up next, the never-ending carousel of fighting robots continues. Jimmy Neutron Hot Bomb versus Whammo Cannon Driveway Hero. Sumos, you guys are ready? Okay, so Whammo Cannon Driveway Hero. And we've got Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. I almost called you Law Machine. I had to stop myself calling you Law Machine. I know, I'm sorry. I stopped myself. All right, Sumo's ready. 3, 2, 1, fight. So not only is it a fighting robot, it can also shovel your driveway. Or drive over the edge. Wow! The full suplex, and that is going to be a win. We're going to say that's a win for Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. Oh my God, I almost did it again. I keep calling the multicolored robot the wrong name because there's another robot with a similar design that looks almost the same, but they're mortal enemies, so it's not a good job announcing. Whammo Cannon Driveway Hero, set. Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom, set. 3, 2, 1, sumo. Tied up on the pole, doesn't know which way to turn. Jimmy Neutron gets the flip while handling Ammo Can. Nice shove there to take the shovel out. And out goes the Ammo Can. Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom takes that set. One more time just for fun. Set. 3, 2, 1, fight. Oh. The ammo can got flipped, but it might have been at the expense of some gear teeth. Driveway Hero upside down. Its bark scarier than its bite. Throws it out of the arena. Your winner is Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. Loading in. Entropy and TT. On deck are Rotovator and Experimental 150. One second. Cosmos and Stack Overflow. You guys are due up. Cosmos and Stack Overflow. You guys are in the combat arena. Rotovator Experimental 150, you guys are still expected up after that. Then we got Chop Chop Chimichanga and Sudden Detonation. Robot builders trying to find the worst possible thing for me to yell over a loudspeaker. So that is Cosmos in the white corner. I gotta say, I'm really appreciating all the builders that are theming their robots. As an announcer, I know that's the Cosmos robot. That's easy to remember. Thank you. Nice paint job. I like robots with names and or faces. The opponent's got a giant saw. That helps you recognize it as well. That is Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow. Okay, Stack Overflow. Are you ready? Cosmos, are you ready? We're fighting in. Fight, robots, fight. Spinning overhead blade on the top of Cosmos. Getting some decent bites in there. Hard to tell if it's the saw hitting or that blade. Maybe both. Definitely see some gouges on the wheels. Nice impact there from Cosmos. I can see some gouges on the front of Stack Overflow. Nice hit there. And is that weapon down on Cosmos now? Good job from Stack Overflow, seizing the opportunity, knowing his opponent is weakened. Not taking so long to line those charges up now, just turning right towards the opponent. Did that restart the blade? Seconds left in this match. We're at the halfway mark, and both robots still fully functional. Very unusual when you have two spinners to make it almost all the way through a match like this. Robots are tough here, though. Both of them built very well. You know what? That right wheel on Cosmos not looking so hot anymore. Nice hit there from Cosmos. But Stack Overflow just coming right back. Another big hit. And is that right wheel finally gone? I don't think it's working the whole time now anymore. 45 seconds left. This is a heck of a fight. A lot of our fights are one and dones, maybe 20, 30 seconds. They don't go the distance like this. These guys slugging it out. Cosmos kind of worse for wear now. Weapons not working, wheels not working. And is this the opportunity Stack Overflow needed to finish off that other wheel? Seconds. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. That'll do it for this one. That'll go to the judges' decisions, and that is not going to be an easy decision, I don't think. I stand corrected. The judges have unanimously decided in favor of Stack Overflow. I would guess that it was either a very close decision in the points, even if it was easy to decide, because both robots managed to hit each other a good number of times there. Over in the sumos, we have 2 more robots ready to go right now. We have Rotovator and Experimental 150. Both of these robots weighing 150 pounds each. Both built by Jason, one of our founders. Rotovator has a bunch of spinning augers on the front, and Experimental 150 with the 2 spikes. Experimental 150, are you ready? They're both ready. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. Rotavator trying to lift the opponent, lifts itself. £150 of steel flailing around in the air. Big shove, and that'll get Rotavator out. And Jason, the builder of both these robots, shoving Rotavator back in. All of his robots have a certain aesthetic to them, kind of steampunky, scrapyardy, really cool looking. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo! Nice job from Experimental 150, but Rotavator is rotavating right over top. Good maneuver from Experimental 150 there. And out goes Rotavator and over. And get a good look at those wheelchair motors that power that robot. Jason repurposing old, destroyed, and broken wheelchairs to create our fantastic creations you see before you. So I think it's tied now, right? Oh no, wait, Experimental 150, 1 bolt, that's right. So we'll let them fight one more time, because who doesn't like seeing these things smash into each other?
Sorry, Chloe.
Did you guys switch controller? Ooh. All right, robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. And they're locked up once again. Both robots' back wheels coming off the ground, but Rotavator pushing through. Chop Chop Chimichanga and a Sudden Detonation are due in the main box. Fully Defined and Halt and Catch Flowers. You guys are on deck. Looks like these guys are going to poke at each other a little bit while we wait for our robots to get loaded up. I was just informed that Chop Chop Chimichanga has forfeited. Which means Fully Defined and Halt and Catch Flowers. You guys are due up in the box. Entropy and TT, you are on deck. We got a couple combat matches up in a row. You can see the actuator on the front of Experimental 150 lifting those forks up and down. Our sumos are in a round robin, so if you stick around, you'll probably get to see them both again. Do you guys want to count it? 3, 2, 1, sumo. 3, 2, 1, sumo.
Nice shove by Experimental 150. Here we go. In the red corner, we have Halt and Catch Flowers. Are you ready? In the white corner, we have Fully Defined. Are you ready? Then we are going to fight in Fight Robots Fight. We might start counting it out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Fully Defined. Pair of 3-pounders coming up. After this, Entropy and TT. And then the Left Shoe, Right Foot, and Smirking Cat Saba. The robot that's loading into the arena now is called a TT. So that entire robot, it just spins around really, really fast using its 2 wheels. Rather than having like an extra motor driving a weapon on the outside, the entire robot turns. And then while it's spinning, using its 2 wheels that are both spinning, it turns them off at really specific times to allow it to travel in a straight direction while it's spinning. The opponent has a giant horizontal blade on it, known as Entropy. The blade isn't known as that, the robot is. Looks like it's either got some, padding on the outside of those wheels to try and absorb some shots. These are 3-pound full combat robots here at BotBrawl AnimeNorth. TT in the red corner, are you ready? Entropy in the white corner, are you ready? We're fighting in Fight Robots Fight. TT right up to speed. Entropy closed that distance right away. One of those wheel protectors is already gone. Both the wheel protectors are already gone. Good job by Entropy to try and close that distance quickly, but not quickly enough. TT doing a great job getting back up to speed right away after these impacts. One of those wheels on Entropy looking really wobbly. TT ricocheting itself around the arena. Each one of those impacts, the worst thing it could hit against the wall. The wall doesn't move. The opposing robot does, but the opposing robot can't move if its wheels fall off. Will TT close in for a killing shot? Can Entropy get that blade around? Both robots still alive. Another big hit. We're going to start counting Entropy out. 10, 9, tap out. Your winner is TT.
Awesome job by TT there. Really difficult design to make work properly, but when it does, you can see just how it pays off. Entropy made a heck of a fight out of that. Those wheel guards did a really good job buying some time for some impacts. And Entropy was able to get a few huge hits on TT before it got dismantled. Up next, we have two former champions going at it in the left shoe, right foot, and Smirking Cat Sawbot, two of the best one-pounders here. After that, we are going to have 530s taking on Experimental 150 in the sumo box. I'll go ahead and give everybody a courtesy announcement that's in the general vicinity that you got about an hour left here at Anime North for today. We are looking for a third judge. If you're a volunteer judge, you can help by heading to the arena. Smirking Cat Sawbot. The robot in the arena now features a giant saw on the end of an arm. The idea is it can lower that arm onto its opponent's top armor. A lot of robots don't have very strong armor on top because the amount of robots that try to attack the sides where the wheels are. Smirking Cat tries to take advantage of that. Its opponent is left shoe, right foot, which is one of the hardest robots to pin down here at BotBrawl. It's got a huge spinning blade on the front that spins really, really, really fast. And it kind of jumps all over the arena like a jumping bean. Both of these robots have won championships here in the past. This is gonna be a good one. Left shoe, right foot. Are you ready? Smirking Cat Sawbot, are you ready? Then we're fighting in 3, 2, 1. Fight, robots, fight! Big opening shots from left shoe, right foot. Trying to get at that saw. You never really know if it's working until Smirking Cat tries to use it. Those wedges on the front are really helping Smirking Cat Sawbot dictate the fight. We have a pin. Pin was released. I don't know if that saw is still spinning. I think I see some severed wires leading to the weapon. I think left shoe, right foot, the surgeon managed to snip off the main arteries that lead to that weapon on Smirking Cat. And left shoe, right foot driving very methodically here. Smirking Cat has lost a drive belt. Looks like its right side is struggling, but still working for now. Left shoe, right foot trying to get a shot lined up and can't. Smirking Cat's front little wedge hook's doing a really good job at keeping that weapon at distance. Halfway mark of the match. Nice hit there. Full force of that weapon going into Smirking Cat. Wow, left shoe, right foot. Jumping around like it's known to. Really dishing out the punishment on Smirking Cat Sawbot here. Smirking Cat without that weapon, kind of helpless. You can see the force behind left to right foot's weapon is so much that when it spins up, it can make itself rotate. Final 30 seconds here. Wow, what a pin or attack from Smirking Cat Sawbot. It was at the expense of its weapon. But boy, that felt like it was pretty significant. So what is that though? Smirking Cat might be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's hear it for left shoe, right foot. The two former champions putting a show on us. Let's hear it for the pile of parts formerly known as Smirking Cat Sawbot. You never know when you enter the arena, if you're gonna come out with a robot or a pile of parts. That still mostly resembles a robot. It could be worse. We are gonna have something crazy up next. We are gonna have 5 30-pound robots attack a 150-pound robot. After that, Redacted is going to take on Sparkles. Some robots are named like Deathblade, or Hammer Runner, or Rotivator. Other robots are named Sparkles. So we've got a microwave, we've got 2 suplexing robots, we have a robot with a bunch of legs walking around, and then we got one, I'm gonna call it a normal robot, because it's got 4 wheels. It just drives around. They're gonna take on that giant 150-pound monster, which is more than capable of taking any one of them out individually. So they are gonna try to coordinate their attack, plan and strategize real quickly, and see if they can take down this behemoth. Experimental 150, are you ready? 530s, are you ready? We're going in 3, 2, 1, sumo. The microwave goes out. I don't know what exactly Jimmy Neutron's hot mom was doing, but it certainly wasn't getting underneath the 150-pound robot and killing it. Good job by Experimental 150. The good news is for the 530s, it's a best of 3. Microwave, microwave, microwave. I think the goal of microwave is to nuke the opponent. Okay, nobody booed, but nobody laughed, so that's not good. Shredder and Beat It, please come to the box. Shredder and Beat It. Sumos fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. Homer goes right out after smashing into Experimental 150's face. Experimental 150 is out. A big lift from Scuttlebot. And this is gonna go to a decider. Pardon me, the Experimental 150 is the champion as 3 of the smaller robots went out first.
And the rule is if 50% of your weight is out by robots, you lose. So Experimental 150 actually won that. But we'll go one more time just for fun. La Machine and Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom. You guys should get behind the microwave and slam it as hard as you can into Experimental 150. And use it as a weapon. I mean, that's what I want to see. The spike's just casually peeling the front of the microwave off. Okay, robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. And out goes Jimmy Neutron's Hot Mom, the microwave. Llama and Homer trying to team up to get Experimental 150 out. He's out. That time we're gonna give it to the 530s. Good job, 530s. How's the combat box looking? Any robots in it? Nope. Yo, Shredder and Beat It. I called you guys to the box like 3 minutes ago. Shredder, just so you know, Beat It is loading in. When they're done, we're starting a 3-minute timer. And you have to be in the box by then, or postpone. You can also forfeit. Lug Tread and Dispatula. Lug Tread and Dispatula. You guys are in the sumo box now. All right, we're starting the timer. Oh, he's here. All right, we are ready to go. In the white corner, that's Shredder. Shredder, are you ready? Beat It, are you ready? Then we're fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight robots, fight! Both the robots featuring spinning blades on the front, one of them horizontally, the other one a big drum. Designed to try and bite in and throw each other around. The horizontal one more designed to slice, reflected in its name, Shredder. I'm not sure that drive on the right side of the yellow robot's working. It might have lost a drive wheel. Actually, it looks like both robots kind of struggling with drive. Both still sort of working. Couple big hits from the beater on that yellow robot. Beat It is a good name if it is the opponent. That's what Beat It's doing.
Or maybe not. That drum on the front may be a bit unbalanced now. We've got smoke, so we're going to monitor this closely. We are going to count out the yellow robot. 10, 9. Pause. We are going to unstick the yellow robot. Take it outside. Enter the can of shame. You guys can see our great filtration system at work. Notice how nothing's coming out. All right, folks, I'm going to be honest with you. It's going to take a few minutes for this smoke to get out, and we are not going to open that box till it is. We're going to try and get a sumo match set up. I think there might be a pair over there already. The way this will conclude is that counts as a knockout simultaneously, I believe. Because yellow was being counted out, and then the blue robot smoked out when we paused the match. Okay, so all right, after deliberating with our judges, the winner has been determined to be the yellow robot Beat It by technical knockout. So the idea is that because blue couldn't continue the match, Shredder couldn't continue the match, yellow wins. Over on the sumo box, we've got Dispatula taking on Lugtread, our youngest driver. Lugtread, are you ready? Dispatula, are you ready? Then we're sumoing in 3, 2, 1, sumo. Both drivers being very patient here, waiting to take the opportunity the opponent gives them. Dispatula trying to bait Lugtread out. Just about gave its side up to those lifting forks. Nice shot from Lugtread. So those two little forks, they do a really good job of getting under robots like that big scoop. So it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors. You have a scoop, a wedge, or a pair of forks. Robots are set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. Lugtread looking to close this out with a 2-0. Dispatula, same strategy, trying to bait out Lugtread. Lugtread not biting. And Dispatula does not want to go right at Lugtread. Wants to try to outmaneuver, and he overmaneuvered. Great driving by Lugtread. The young driver showing some really serious scoring skills, or driving skills there.
The spatula is going to try to prevent the clean sweep here. Lug Tread is on fire. Robots set in. 3, 2, 1, sumo. All right, the spatula has gone for the try to bait the opponent out twice in a row here. Lug Tread hasn't bit. That's the most aggressive driving I've seen from Lug Tread so far. The spatula taking advantage. The spatula is one of the best drivers here. We actually used to have a best drivers award. The spatula won it too many times, so we got rid of it. Okay, we can finally get the other robot out of the smoky box that's not smoky anymore. Lug Tread and Dispatula, you want to go one more time? Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. So Lug Tread, a father and son team. This time the father is taking the controls. You can tell the difference in driving styles right away. Builder and driver of Lug Tread has been doing it for longer than Dispatula's driver has been alive, I think. Big shove, Lug Tread gets the win there. Dispatula is gonna take on a Homer next. We'll let you guys go one more time. 3, 2, 1, fight. And then the Homer, you can make your way to the box, or to the sumo arena. Lug Tread's driver has so much patience. It's a really rare trait in sumo. Everybody likes to be aggressive. Cool drifting by Dispatula. The old noodle bop. Ooh, Lug Tread's sort of underneath, but it's on the side. The spatula gets underneath. Lug Tread maneuvers towards the pole, doesn't let the spatula push him out. Bit of a driving clinic from both of the drivers here. This is a really long sumo match. Normally like 20, 30 seconds at most. We're gonna be well over a minute here just for this one little back and forth. Lug Tread outmaneuvered. Let's hear it for both drivers, especially Lug Tread. Heck of a match, guys. One of the best rookie drivers we've seen, I gotta say, in Lug Tread. Obviously runs in the family. So we're gonna do Homer versus Dispatula next. So Dispatula, you can chill. Dispatula, you're fighting. Dispatula, you're fighting. Oh. If you're... Hey, Perry. Perry, you want to come to the sumo box? Perry. Perry the platypus? Perry the robot. Perry the sumo bot. check. Good time to thank our sponsors, FingerTech Robotics. You can pick up lots of parts that you can use to build robots from them, including entire kits at the 1 pound class. We have Repeat Robotics, who also sells tons of parts for our robots. We have Mog, who helps sponsor our arena. We actually have a second arena being built thanks to them. Polymaker. Even you guys that are doing cosplays and stuff, if you've ever wanted a piece of metal, custom cut piece of metal, you might want to check out Polymaker. I can't remember if I said FingerTech. FingerTech, Repeat, Polymaker, AnimeNorth, Mog. Thank you very much from us here at BotBrawl. Make sure to check out our website, botbrawl.ca. We have an online Discord community with hundreds of builders, more than willing to get you started if you want to build one on your own. We are planning to rebroadcast the event today, next week on our YouTube channel. So if you want to see some of the fights you missed, go to botbrawl.ca. You'll be able to find it there next week. I'm just checking in on Perry. I called Perry to the arena. Okay, you're there. Cosmos and Yokozuna, you are on deck. Perry is loading into the box. Four-wheel drive has a pair of super long forks on the front designed to get underneath the opponent. Obviously, there's also a slot for a spinning weapon in the middle. It's been repurposed into a saber sumo bod. Homer, are you ready? Perry, are you ready? Sumoing in 3, 2, 1, fight. The robots hooked up on each other. Wow. So Homer actually caught the floor with its forks, dug right into the floor with its forks. That caused it to go up off of its wheels and gave Perry the opportunity to push it out. Robots are set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight. Robots maneuvering around that pole. Neither one of them wants to go too far out and expose the side of their robot to the opponent's forks. Getting T-boned is usually a death sentence in sumo. They both got a favorable lockup, both robots under the other one. Homer swung around and Perry, the platypus, gets shoved out. So this will go to a decider. Winner take all here in this third match. This is the best Perry has looked so far this competition. Driver really settling in. Robot set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. Very tentative movements here, pardon me. Robots burning their rubber against each other. Oh, and Perry slides out. Let's hear it for Homer. Perry's got that driving dialed in, looking very competitive compared to before. Anybody want a BotBrawl sticker? BotBrawl stickers. Ooh, I see so one person here. I don't have a mic cable, or you don't have a mic cable. Free stickers. See the lady in the gray sweatshirt if you want a free BotBrawl sticker.
Tell all your friends you went and you saw the fighting robots this weekend. Just do us a favor, don't stick it on anything here. That's all. Who is up next? Cosmos and Yokozuna in the combat box, and Ipsady and Sudden Detonation on deck. We are closing in on the end of festivities for the day here. Just about half an hour left. So let's see if we can get some fights in, make tomorrow's schedule a little less hectic. I'm loving having actual judges, by the way. As opposed to like me and two other admin who are doing 8 things at once. Yokozuna and Cosmos. We want Yokozuna to load in first. Yokozuna is in the red corner. So this is our brand new combat box. It features 2 pieces of, are they 3/16 thick polycarb? 2 pieces of bulletproof glass spaced about a half an inch from each other. The idea is that even if something gets through the first layer, it's not going to have enough energy to get through the second layer. He's in red. Yeah. In the red corner, Yokozuna has a big spinning blade on the front. You'll see that it's really, really narrow, so that means it's going to be extra good at slicing into the opponents. Wider blades, like the one you see on Cosmos, are much better at biting and grabbing and throwing the opponent. These are 1-pound full combat robots here at AnimeNorth 2025. Yokozuna in the red corner, are you ready? Yokozuna is ready. Cosmos is ready. We're fighting in. Fight robots fight. Both robots, really silent weapons, but they are up to speed. Definitely wouldn't want to stick your finger in there. Decent opening impact. Both robots probably going to look to target each other's wheels here. Just like that. Wow, there's a rip right through the main body of Yokozuna, and there goes the wheel. Yokozuna's in trouble. That blade went right into the body. It's chipping away at that 3D printed plastic. Who knows what vital components are on the other side? We're going to count Yokozuna out. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Cosmos. Excellent fight from both robots. Some great driving. Cosmos did such a good job getting right into that vital center part of Yokozuna. Yokozuna took a huge chunk out of one of Cosmos' wheels, too. Good back and forth. Ipsady and Sudden Detonation. We are going up a weight class to our strongest combat robots. These are also 2 excellent robots. Ipsady in particular has quite a reputation. One that extends beyond BotBrawl. There are other combat competitions across North America, and Ipsady is known at many of them. The excellent engineering we have right here in Ontario, Canada, is definitely on display here at BotBrawl. We have several world champions here that are part of our ranks. If you want to get some advice and help from them, join the Discord.
They are absolutely willing to help point you in the right direction. Ipsady, one of the largest weapons in the 3-pound class. Checking in on a sudden detonation, there it is. And sudden detonation is a very weird, this thing is strange. It doesn't have wheels. So how does it move? Well, that giant spinning thing on the front, which you'll notice is quite a bit thicker than a normal blade like you see on the front of Ipsady. It's actually called a horizontal drum, so it's gonna try and grab onto as vertically tall a thing as it can, sorta. It just spins really, really fast and whacks stuff. But the way that it moves is that spinning thing is slightly unbalanced, and it makes it vibrate. It has two tiny little ratcheted bristly things on top that it can turn, and it vibrates itself in specific directions. So a unique weapon and a unique movement style. Sudden detonation is red. Ipsady has, like I said, a far-reaching reputation. It's known for destroying robots. Now that's a heck of a reputation to get. Lots of our robots, they all destroy each other. This one is known for doing it. So a really good test for sudden detonation in the green. A key factor in Ipsady's design is that its blade almost touches the ground. Rides on a bolt that keeps the blade just millimeters away from touching the ground. Means that if it gets close to you, it's going to hit your wheels. Because the lowest thing on any robot that moves typically is the wheels. Except for this robot, which doesn't have wheels. And that's why this is gonna be so strange of a match. A lot of our admin have been looking forward to this, hoping it would happen. I'm not sure that either robot was hoping for this. Sudden detonation in the red. Are you ready? Ipsady in the white. Are you ready? Then we are fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight! Both robots up to speed. Ipsady gonna get a good shot at the side there. A big whack. Ipsady's now upside down. That might be better. It's got a crazy angle on sudden detonation. And I don't know if that blade on Ipsady is gonna spin anymore. It's very unbalanced. Sudden detonation, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your winner is Ipsady. If I'm sudden detonation, I'm counting that as a win because my robot didn't get obliterated. Managed to tank a few hits against one of the strongest robots in fighting robots at this weight class. Unfortunately for sudden detonation, losing that weapon means it also lost its drive abilities, which is the one downside of having the old one motor type system. Wheelie, Big, Dealy, and Atlas, you guys are due up. Redacted and Sparkles are on deck. Dispatula and Homer stand by. I think we might go over to Sumo. Both the Sumo robots are ready. All right, Dispatula, Homer, you guys look like you're ready to do a sumo match. So we're gonna go then, okay?
Ready? And ready, Dispatula? Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. So if you've ever wondered why that pole is in the middle of that platform, ooh, Homer almost going out there, the spatula finishing him off. It's so that the robots just don't smash into each other and push, which is traditionally how sumo was done with robots, but it made for very, very monotonous fights. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, go. As you'll see, the pole adds quite a bit of maneuvering to the match, which is far more interesting. The spatula kind of showing its tail, almost tricked Homer there, but Homer, some excellent driving from Dan and Homer. There it is. Good driving, guys. All right, one more time. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. The mind games. Both robots trying to make it look like they're going to be aggressive. There it is. Nice maneuver from Homer. Wow. An excellent piece of driving. Redacted and Sparkles. You guys are doing the combat box. You're gonna go again? Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo, just for fun. The one side of that scoop on Dispatch has been bent up by smashing into the pole too many times, or maybe the opponents. And he's pool noodling them real good, but to no avail. All right, we'll go one more time. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. That was a strong slam, but Homer walks away with the win. Okay, back to the combat box, folks. We'll let our next sumos get set up. Redacted and Sparkles. You got 20 minutes till AnimeNorth closes, guys, just so you know. I was told Sparkles is coming. I see them coming. They're good. Don't hurry. Take your time, guys. Be safe. Like, if I see you coming, you're good. It's the people that keep working on the robot after I call them. Those are the ones we don't like. We might have a situation where both robots are broken. Be sure to visit BotBrawl.ca if you want to see more fights. We have our entire previous events posted. So if you want just non-stop fighting robots, there's got to be like 48, 96 hours somewhere in there, number of footage for you guys to watch if you want even more fighting robots. So both robots kind of have technical issues. They're going to try and quickly iron them out. So we're closing in on the end of festivities for the day. Max Moy and Double Time. Please make your way to the arena. Max Moy and Double Time, you are in the box. Tankenstein and Rotovator, please be ready to go. No? Rotovator postpones. The good news is, so we have this time that happens in robot competitions where all the robots have fought a couple times and they're getting broken. And we are reaching that point. Beast of Burden and KFC Buffet, pardon me, load into Sumo. I think I've told like 8 robots to load in, so if you aren't clear if you should be loading in and I called you out, go see Tyler. But KFC Buffet, we are looking for a KFC Buffet delivered directly to the front door of my house immediately. Oh wait, no, KFC Buffet in the Sumo Arena, taking on Beast of Burden. What is this? Max Moy and Double Time, okay. I sort of remember most of their names, because a lot of them have been to multiple competitions. Max Moy and the other robot, Double Time, have both competed before. Max Moy in the white corner, are you ready? Double Time, are you ready? We're fighting in 3. Fight robots, fight! Both the robots have spinning bits, and they're going to smash them into each other, and it's going to be great. You watch. Told you. All right, the left side of this white robot looks pretty messed up. It's still working, though. Good precision hit on Max Moy there. Back on its feet, closing the distance. Max Moy getting turned around, doing a crazy spin maneuver. Ripping off one of those front pieces of armor. Anyone who couldn't hear, that was the 15-minute warning for AnimeNorth, just so you know. Double Time trying to get close, kind of struggling with its drive, and it doesn't want to just smash into the weapon if it can avoid it. And you never know when Max Moy is going to do that weird spin move and smash into the sides. We're past the halfway mark. We're almost at 60 seconds left. Max Moy hanging in there. Double Time can't seem to go forwards too good, but still can a bit. Is it enough? 30 seconds left. Robots seem unable to engage or unwilling. We might get another couple of good hits. 10 seconds. Max Moy is not going to get counted out. Saved by the bell. 3, 2, 1. That'll do it for this match. It's going to a judge's decision. Max Moy, the judges are requesting motion. Okay, thank you. It will still go to a judge's decision. It's not a knockout. Robots only have to make it 3 minutes. Max Moy trying everything he can to get that weapon to spin up just once would make a big difference. All right, let's unload. Did it spin for a second? Okay, can you poke the white robot after you safely unload Max Moy? You wait until the door closes, and then we'll give you an opportunity to show functionality. So just give it a poke. Just poke it, or pull it, whatever. It's like, give it a good poke, like shove it. Because it's not an unstick, we're trying to see if it works still. Yeah, it's good, there you go. All right, close the door. All right, make it do things. All right, mobility shown. Our judges are deliberating. Judges grade on aggression, damage, and control. Our judging panel made of experienced roboteers. Our winner is Double Time. Folks, make sure you visit BotBrawl.ca if you want more fighting robots. One last thank of our sponsors, Repeat Robotics, FigureTech Robotics, MOG, Polymaker, and AnimeNorth. Check, check. All right, we have two 150-pound sumos up next. Beast of Burden, are you ready? Robots are ready. We're fighting in 3, 2, 1, sumo. can see KFC can go right over that pole. Beast of Burden has a big, huge wedge. It also opens up into like a pair of teeth that can bite down on the opponent. Maybe bite down onto some Kentucky Fried Chicken dinner. Managing to get underneath and lift up. Threatening to spill that bucket of chicken everywhere. And pushes out KFC. So the first match will go to Beast of Burden. You can see those huge jaws on Beast of Burden. Underneath once again. And Beast the Burden goes out. So we'll do one more.
Robot set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight.
Beast of Burden right underneath. Could go for the full lift flip. We've not seen too many chomps yet from it. And out goes KFC. Beast of Burden takes that one. All right, we have two 1-pound robots. We've got Sashimi in the white corner and Tamarack in the red corner. Fight robots fight. Sashimi featuring a giant spinning saw on the top. Tamarack, a traditional horizontal spinner. Tamarack is keeping that distance close. Sashimi really doesn't want to be in this orientation, I don't think. Surprised it's not just trying to get that saw along the ground. Does manage to rip something off. No, that came off of Sashimi. Good hit from Tamarack. Those hits piling up on the side of Sashimi. That a blade of armor designed to flake off on big impacts. Good impacts back and forth here. Sashimi saw has stopped though. Tamarack has a big opportunity here. And we are still not quite at the halfway mark. Sashimi somehow came back to life there. Clinging to it barely. One of the wheels just came off a Tamarack. Both robots limping around the arena now. Still a lot of force behind Tamarak's weapon. Sashimi kind of dead in the water. Ten seconds left. 3, 2, 1, stop! All right, 30-pound sumo robots. Whammo Can Drive a Hero trying to take two different angles of attack. Now they're ganging up on each other, and Lugtread just shoves them out. Lugtread kind of been being a very passive driver, sitting back, being very patient, waiting for its opponents to make mistakes. This time, kind of taking the charge, saw an opportunity and went with it. Good evolution of the driver. Whammo Can, Driveway Hero. A great tandem team. One of them with the forks, the other one with a big scoop. So one of them lifts, the other one shoves. But Lugtread has some serious torque behind it. And some really good low forks and wedges itself. Ammo Can's all trapped up. Lugtread can't seem to shake it loose. Driveway Hero trying to find an angle to come in on the side or the back. Keeps riding up those side wedges that are on Lugtread. Lugtread decided to slam into the scoop, an interesting choice. The two robots really working hard as a team here. Lugtread doing a great job taking on two very experienced drivers. Crazy driving from Whammo Can and Driveway Hero, though. And Driveway Hero, great driving from all three drivers. We are going to a decider match. Robots set. Fighting in 3, 2, 1, fight. So Lugtread can't turn great. It can turn decent. Relies on being really unshovable. Let's see just how low these robots are. Good maneuvering from Whammo Can and Driveway Hero. And Lugtread takes that set. Lugtread, our youngest driver, taking out another pair. A great fight.